For example, this is a speculative question. Did somebody turn these systems off? Did somebody hand over the president? Was there a negotiated exit, as some media outlets are already claiming? Or was it just pure inefficiency? Did the power outage in Caracas hamper Venezuela's military response? And if so, why was this allowed? So there are questions being asked. At the moment, there seems very little military response from the Venezuelan authorities, and very little they can do. Maduro is now out of the country, it seems, according to the US government. Almost impossible for the Venezuelan military to recapture him and bring him back at the moment. And according to the US government's latest comments, it seems there will be no more strikes. So the conflict could potentially now damper down somewhat, and we'll have to see how the pieces come to lie.
Okay, Paul, interesting observations made by you, and I really want to delve on them. But before that, can I just have one quick comment from Ambassador Sinha, because he wants to leave. Ambassador Sinha, you just heard our guest from Venezuela say that why were the helicopters, how come the helicopters went in undetected hundreds of kilometers inside to pick up the Venezuelan president? Why the anti-aircraft guns did not work or went silent? There seems to be some kind of mystery there as to how come the Americans carry out this kind of operation deep inside the Venezuelan territory. He's suggesting that maybe it was a planned evacuation agreed to in advance between the Maduro government and the Americans.
Well, I think that there's a lot of uncertainty as to what has happened. But one correction, they didn't go deep inside Venezuela. Caracas is very much near the Caribbean Sea, and the Avena Mountains surrounding it on one side, and the airport, Caracas airport, is at sea level. So it doesn't have to travel hundreds of kilometers to hit Caracas. However, the point that there was no defense, no credible defense mounted, is surprising. And we'll have to wait and see as to what the reasons were. But the fact of the matter is that this was a flagrant violation of international law and a mockery of the UN system. Now, having said that, even though the elections were not legitimate and Maduro ostensibly lost the elections, but then when did dictatorships bother the United States? They are mollycoddling a field marshal in our neighborhood. They did a regime change on our eastern flank.
And dictators like Maduro and Saddam Hussein are those with whom America becomes uncomfortable, and so they have to be taken out. That seems to be happening, a script having seen often earlier being repeated in the case of Venezuela by the United States, irrespective of who's the president. US choppers went deep inside the Caracas territory from the coast. That's what the observation is of our Venezuelan guest, Paul. Shravan, would you want to take that question to Paul as to, is he suggesting directly that this is part of some deal struck between the Maduro government or President Maduro himself and the Americans that, okay, fine, get me out, keep me safe, and do whatever you want to do?
Well, that's a very interesting point because it gives another dimension altogether. Paul, you've had Ambassador Sinha, who's been our ambassador to Venezuela. He's essentially indicating, as what Abhishek just now pointed out. I want to ask you, because, this was happening for months put together. The kind of buildup that was actually happening and the kind of indications that came in from President Trump, it was quite crystal clear that he was going to do what he has done today. So how is it that President Maduro did not really respond, or did not really, have the kind of military buildup as a counter? And many would then say that, is there some sort of an understanding? Because at the end of the day, there are larger objectives that the United States of America really has right now in Venezuela when it comes to the oil fields.
Yes, without a doubt. This is another one of the big questions being asked. This was essentially no surprise. We've had months of rhetoric, of threats, and we would have expected the Caracas area to have been heavily reinforced with anti-aircraft missiles and batteries. So, well, I don't have the answers to these questions at this point, but I think time will tell exactly what happened this morning. But there are certain things which, at this point in time, do not seem to add up.
Right. Paul, I'll just request you to stay on with us because, we'll continue with our coverage. And it's essential, Abhishek, for us to know from Paul in terms of what is really happening. I believe it's roughly around 7:40 this morning, Paul, right now. And from the place that you are, it's a little far away from the capital city. But before I bring in the other guests also, a quick check from you about the current situation in terms of the other cities, because it seems that there has been a large-scale destruction that has taken place, particularly in the capital city. But we still do not know the number of casualties, the number of people who've lost their lives because of these airstrikes. Has there been any sort of an official update really coming in from the authorities concerned about the number of lives that have been lost in the airstrikes that have taken place?
No, we've heard nothing from the Vice President or the Interior Minister, who have both spoken regarding the number of casualties. Undoubtedly, there would have been casualties. These are military bases where there would have been staff on call at the time. And at least two of them were in heavily populated areas. So it is very possible that there are also civilian casualties involved as well, given the size and the scale of the strikes and the munitions involved by the US forces attacking Caracas.
Paul, one quick question before I go to other guests. We have General Bakshi joining us. We have Colonel Bagga already and Ambassador Sinha. But Paul, my question to you is that when you are suggesting that why the guns were silent, why the anti-aircraft guns did not go off, why the radars did not pick up American choppers, are you suggesting that those means are available were not used? And also, we are hearing that the Interior Minister, for example, is saying we are not defeated. In a game of chess, the game ends when the king is taken. And it seems the king is taken. So what remains? Why is Venezuela saying that we are fine? I mean, is that part of the deal that, okay, fine, let's get rid of Maduro and everything is hunky-dory?
Well, without a doubt, what happens next in this game of chess, as he described it, it will be very interesting. There are other politicians, political actors who can assume power in Venezuela. Also, the military may well be eyeing up power. This is something we will have to keep our eyes on. But there will be some reaction from the sectors of the population which continue to back this government. These are minority sectors, but without a doubt they will be organizing a response now to assure the continuity, at least of their party and their political project. How successful they are in this is questionable, given that all indicators seem to suggest that the vast majority of the Venezuelan population in the last few days has opposed the Maduro government.
All right, Paul, just stay with us. And before I go to other guests, along with Shawan, just let's listen to the Interior Minister, what he's saying and how he's saying that they're not defeated.
Militar para la situación que estamos atravesando. Mucha calma, que nadie caiga en el desespero, que nadie caiga en facilitarle las cosas al enemigo invasor, al enemigo terrorista que nos atacó cobardemente.
Well, in fact, that was the Interior Minister there making a statement about what's the condition on the ground. We've just got a few more updates really coming in. In fact, these are the responses that have come in from allies of Venezuela, particularly from the Russians and the Cubans who've already responded. And in fact, Colombia basically right now fears a possible massive influx of refugees to take place. And they've just put out a statement a while back. You've had the president of Colombia saying that they are also now going to deploy forces at the border. And in fact, this is going to be a larger cause of concern because it's going to see a lot of movement. Abhishek, we have a lot of guests who are joining us. And the kind of ramifications is what many would be concerned about. And what does it really mean, particularly when you have allies, the Russians, as well as the Cubans now saying that what has happened is incorrect. Abhishek.
Okay, we have Ambassador Prabhu Dayal and General Bakshi with us. If I could come to you, General Bakshi sir, first, how do you see these developments? Are you going to be skeptical of what has happened on the ground, or are you going to believe that the Americans have been absolutely in breach of international law?
Of course, the Americans are in breach of international law. They have been eyeing the vast oil reserves of Venezuela for a very long time, and of late they needed it urgently. It was all being purchased by China and taken out of the area. They wanted to grab hold of Venezuelan oil. It is a meticulously planned operation. 2 a.m. this morning, local time, the Delta Force, which is their special forces, the elite special forces unit, with helicopters from the 168th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. They were flown in. Prior to that, these are the M60 direct action penetrators, helicopters. They were covered by the F-35s, fifth generation fighters, the P-8 Poseidon maritime reconnaissance aircraft, etc., CV-2 Ospreys, and the Mark 9 Reapers, MK9 Reaper drones. There was a barrage of cruise missiles fired from the the American destroyers, especially Jason and 2 more destroyers, which have fired a number of land attack cruise missiles, and not only in Caracas, in a number of cities. The Venezuelans had deployed their S-300 based surface-to-air missile air defenses. Most of these are S-300s, though we are told there were some S-400s. The Americans must have catered for these, and there is news that they did a cyber strike before that, so that the entire electrical grid went off. Now, normally people make arrangements for this, but I'm afraid the Venezuelans do not seem to have much combat experience. And therefore, because of the suppression of enemy air defenses, their air defenses, the choppers were able to come up to Caracas, 100 kilometers from the coastline, right? And they carried out a neat snatch operation in which they captured the president and his wife, who have been taken out of countries. You know, the simple fact is, was there any firing at the presidential palace? It was a heavily defended target. But then there are these rumors that this is a negotiated snatch, right?
Yeah.
2 days ago, President Maduro was talking with the Americans. Did he negotiate a surrender? Is this a surrender? You know, disguised as a hell of a snatch operation, etc., which the United States is quite capable of doing. The key question is, what happens next? The Vice President Rodrigo says she has taken charge. Interior Minister says we are not defeated. The main people are the Defense Minister Pedro and Lopez, the Chief of the Army Staff, as also the Chief of the paramilitary forces. Now, these are tough nuts. They are very, very, they have been threatening to wage a guerrilla war if they have to for years. So they say we are not defeated. Okay, you snatched our operation, our president and his wife. We want proof of life. They have gone to the UN Security Council. Russia and Cuba are supporting them. China is supporting them. Now, Russia and China, this is too bloody far away from their theater of operations for them to try and intervene here militarily. At best, they will give weapons, which we are told they have already given. They have given them Iskandars and Kinzhals and other missiles, which they could fire off at the American aircraft carrier Gerald Ford, which they could fire towards the destroyers or towards continental United States. The American plan also seems to be to, I think, leave it at this stage here. That we've got the president and that's it. This is an illegal regime. He is no longer the president of Venezuela.
I mean,
Well,
what do they do with the
people of
president,
Venezuela have to
General
say
Bakshi
that.
sir? What do they intend to do with the president? Like, how do you keep a president of a country, and in what capacity? Like, is he a criminal, war criminal? Is he going to be kept as a war booty? I mean, what do you do under international law with an American, with a head of a state, head of a government captured in this manner? Can I take that question to Ambassador Prabhu on that? Ambassador Prabhu as per international law, if this is the manner in which America captures a head of the government or head of a state, how do things go from here on? What does America do with the captured president?
Well, let me state categorically that what the Americans have done is totally illegal and it's against international law. But then, Donald Trump cares two hoots for international law. He believes entirely in his own interests, and that to his own personal interests. He wants to show to his support base that America is strong, that in the neighborhood of America, only it will call the shots. Now, there were some cries from within Venezuela opposing the election of Maduro. There were many who said that Edmundo Gonzalez had actually won the election and that the election had been stolen from him. But you know, in many countries, after the elections are over, the opposition does not accept defeat. There are always cries of foul play. In this instance also, in Venezuela, the opposition said that Maduro had stolen the election, that he was not really elected fairly. But that does not give the Americans the right to intervene. Then Trump started saying that Maduro is linked with drug cartels, that he is controlling the smuggling of drugs into the United States. And from September onwards, the US attacked boats which were Venezuelan in the high seas and said that these attacks were because these boats were carrying drugs. Then just last week, America attacked a land base, a docking base, and said that it was being used to load these boats which were carrying drugs.
Yeah.
Now the next step was really unbelievable. Nobody thought that the Americans would strike in such a manner and capture the president of Venezuela along with his wife. Now, of course, the Americans will say he's a criminal, he's a drug trafficker, and so on and so forth. But this is a total violation of international law. This is a clear case of America saying might is right. Of course, the Russians will oppose. Of course, the Chinese will oppose, the Cubans too. But as General Bakshi rightly said, beyond words, they won't do anything. They might give some weapons aid, and as he said, they may have already done so. So, unless there is going to be some decisive action in calling out the Americans and saying what you're doing is wrong, this sort of thing may go on in the future too. So I repeat what I said. It is really reprehensible what the Americans have done. It is totally against international law.
In 2020, the US Department of Justice, the court had declared him a drug criminal, and indicted him for drug peddling. And a 50 million bounty had been put on his head for his capture. In 2025, the CIA brought the pilot of Maduro's plane to fly him, clandestinely to the United States so that he could be captured and, imprisoned, etc. So as far as the United States is concerned, they are saying our domestic laws take precedence over all international laws. You see, there is no rule of law. America can hit whosoever it wants, whenever it wants. There is no restraint on the United States and its aggression. This is illegal. This is against the UN Charter. Venezuela itself is going to the UN. So is Russia, so is Cuba, so is China, right? Now the question is, as far as the Americans are concerned, they create a very neat legend. They demonize the guy they want to get down. Any guy who's opposing their policies. Saddam Hussein, they said he's making weapons of mass destruction. They lied. through their teeth. No evidence was found when Iraq was captured. On the contrary, the Americans got stuck there for 20 years and had to then get the hell out of there, having paid a pretty heavy price, having wasted a lot of blood and treasure. But the Americans choose their targets with care. I mean, they go for weak countries like Iraq, like Libya, like Afghanistan, and make a big song and dance about how macho they are, how strong they are. We would like to see them take such action against peer group militaries like Russia and China. From there, Donald Trump and his predecessor, Joe Biden, did not put a single boot on the ground in Ukraine. They just sold weapons, not even supplied weapons. They sold weapons. And when Ukraine couldn't pay, they said Europe will pay. So it's quite simple. Now the point at issue is, how does the world react to this? Quite obviously, the Russians will not fight so far from their homeland, nor will the Chinese want to get involved in such a fight at a disadvantage well away from their homeland when their power projection capabilities are quite limited compared to American. But, there is a but. China has, as a retaliation, carried out a blockade-style exercise around Taiwan. About 70 ships of the PLA Navy and Coast Guard, 130 jet fighters, they surrounded and did a live-fire exercise around Taiwan. If America can, legitimize such thuggery, well, what's to stop the Chinese from going from Taiwan? And will the Americans want to fight at a disadvantage? 7,000 plus kilometers from their shores, just 100 kilometers from the Chinese shoreline. They will be at a disadvantage. The Chinese could knock out a fair number of their aircraft carrier groups with their hypersonic cruise missiles. So there are indications in the recently released national security strategy that America is having second thoughts. They are saying we would want our allies, Japan, South Korea, Philippines, to do the heavy lifting. They must shed blood. We will sell weapons. That's very smart. Will they come to the aid and succor of Taiwan if it is attacked? There are now genuine doubts in their allies. Europe, they have told Europe, you fight with the Russians. We'll sell you the weapons. All weapons you want, we will sell you. So at this rate, America's own credibility, I'm afraid, with its allies has gone down tremendously. How the Russians react, how the Chinese react, they are also very riled that America is instigating problems in their backyards. They are fighting proxy wars through Ukraine, proxy wars through Taiwan.
We're just getting in some more breaking news right now. I'm sorry to interrupt you. In fact, Interior Minister Cabello, who happens to be, Abhishek, a hardliner in President Maduro's cabinet, in fact, wearing that protective vest, he's essentially also trying to send this message because what I understand from the messaging that he has done a short while back, he's basically called this attack by the United States of America as a cowardly attack and essentially putting this across to the world to see that once again, United States of America has actually targeted civilians because the bombs that were raining over Caracas and especially the US Apache helicopters that were essentially used, it seems that even civilian areas have been targeted. And as of now, there is absolutely no clarity as to how many people have lost their lives. Listen in to what the Interior Minister, the hardliner in President Maduro's cabinet, had to say.
And that's not what's happening. And here, the inside the country is in complete tranquility. They've tried this, and they maybe thought that the people would come out defeated, and that's not what's happening.
a estos hombres y mujeres que están aquí, que han estado toda la noche dando la vuelta por completa calma.
And here,
El país está en completa calma. Lo que ellos
the
intentaron
inside the
con las bombas,
country is in
los misiles
complete
que lanzaron,
tranquility.
lo lograron parcialmente. Y
They've
digo
tried this.
parcialmente porque ellos esperaban que el pueblo saliera quizás a
And they maybe
cobardemente.
thought that the people would come out defeated, and that's not what's
Yo
happening.
le agradezco a estos hombres y mujeres que están aquí, que han estado toda la noche dando la vuelta por completa calma.
And here,
El país está en completa calma. Lo que ellos
the
intentaron
inside the
con las bombas,
country is in
los misiles
complete
que lanzaron,
tranquility.
lo lograron parcialmente. Y
They've
digo
tried this.
parcialmente porque ellos esperaban que el pueblo saliera quizás.
Ambassador Dayal, if he's still with us, we could just take a quick question and a response, because Ambassador Dayal, what we are essentially looking at right now, a situation where there is a no administration, particularly an administration which seems a little helpless right now, because the second in command, the market-friendly, deputy of President Maduro, who's made that statement a short while back, indicated that they were not very sure what's really happening on the ground. So what really happens in terms of the future for the Venezuelans, and with the support that has only come in from Russia and Cuba, where does it really go from here?
Well, let me state categorically that the Venezuelans did not really expect that Trump would go this far. They had seen him attack their boats on the high seas. They had seen him attack a docking site on the harbor. But they never expected that the Trump administration would be able to completely sabotage the Venezuelan defense system, as they have done. General Bakshi rightly pointed out, they may have indulged in cyber warfare and annulled their whole defense system. The point is that Trump will not stop here. He had been using this excuse of Maduro being involved with drug cartels because he wanted a regime change. He has captured Maduro and also his wife, which is really shameful. Now, he will install a president and Venezuela will act as Trump wants. General Bakshi rightly pointed out that Maduro was resisting American overtures for Venezuelan oil and that he was selling it all to China. Now Trump will capture the authority to have control on that oil. This is what he wanted. He wants a friendly president, somebody who will do as he wants him to do. So this is not at all a good sign. This is a bad omen for how politics in that region is evolving. But knowing Trump's nature, knowing him put America first and sell that entire doctrine to his own voter base, and really speaking, America first means Trump first. The world must do as Trump wants. And if people resist his wishes, then he will go to any extent, as he has shown by capturing Maduro and his wife and taking them to America.
But Ambassador Dayal, sorry, I mean, but there is hardly any outrage from anywhere in the world. If that is the sentiment, that this is clearly a breach of international law, that this is unilateralism of a kind which should discomfit the world, we are not seeing that being expressed anywhere. I mean, we had the European Union say, Maduro is not the legitimate ruler of Venezuela. We have been negotiating that he make way, and so we counsel restraint, etc.
I think so. We've just got another breaking news.
Yes, of course. You know, while
Ambassador, sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to quickly take our viewers through another breaking news now coming in. I believe it's the president of Chile who has just put out a statement a while back, and I'm just let's just take you through some of the details here. And this is what the president of Chile had to say. As the government of Chile, we express our concern and condemnation of the military actions by the United States taking place in Venezuela, and we call for seeking a peaceful solution to the serious crisis affecting the country. Chile reaffirms its commitment to basic principles of international law. the Venezuelan crisis must be resolved through dialogue and the support of multilateralism and not through violence or foreign interference. Ambassador, there is, Abhishek, now a little bit of support really coming in, keeping in mind that these are traditional allies of the Venezuelans. But Ambassador Dayal, how do you really look it forward? Just to, an extension of what Abhishek was pointing out, you don't see the kind of global outrage, when it comes to the United States of America. And as General Bakshi has said this, this is not new. The administrations in the past, be it President Trump or, various other presidents in the past too, they have actually crossed the line many a times.
Well, let me put it very bluntly. People are scared of Trump. They are scared of inviting his wrath. The Europeans sit in front of President Trump as if they are school children. The Russians have got their hands tight. The Chinese are too clever. They will not antagonize Trump headlong. They may criticize what he has done, and indeed they should. But whether, for instance, bodies like the United Nations will roundly condemn Trump, it remains to be seen. There is fear that he has instilled. He acts on the basis of instilling fear, and he succeeds on account of that. So I don't see much direct condemnation. People would like to keep Trump on their side because he has got a very, very strong tendency to be revengeful. Nobody wants Trump to be revengeful towards them. So he'll get away with this. In any case, he has already captured Maduro and his wife. So the next step really should be how to get them freed and bring them back to Venezuela.
Well, you really think that the world would help Venezuela in any manner? You think the opposition in Venezuela sees this as breach of their territorial integrity and sovereignty, given the fact that they just wanted to be rid of Maduro by hook or crook in any manner possible? Ambassador, you think that it's likely that, maybe I can take that question to General Bakshi, sir. General Bakshi, sir, you think that there is a Trojan horse, there is somebody inside Venezuela who would have thought, okay, fine, let's wink and blink and let the Americans take away our president?
There very well could be. Right now, there is the fog of war. It will take about a day or two for the situation to really crystallize. But the Americans do it all the time. When they were attacking Baghdad, when they were going in for for Saddam Hussein, we thought that the Iraqi Republican guards would put up a very strong fight because they were well armed, well trained, and they were quite motivated. But the CIA had paid huge bribes to the generals of the Republican Guard, Army Corps, and the divisions. And they quietly left the battlefield and withdrew. They were promised they would get very lucrative jobs in the, when the next government came, American installed government came, they were taken for a ride. Most of them later became the ISIS. So this paying huge bribes to the opposing side's generals is nothing new. It's nothing new. They've done it in Libya. They tried to do it in Afghanistan. That it failed. And I would not in the least be surprised. The very fact that they had done a snatch operations and taken out the opposition leader to get her Nobel Peace Prize shows they have, the CIA has got its agents deeply embedded in the Venezuelan society. But they have so far not been able to create a colored revolution, a street revolution. So I thought this plan to snatch Maduro and his wife and take them away would be sort of step phase 2, 3 would be people coming out in the streets orchestrated by the CIA in large number as they had come out in Bangladesh, as they had come out in Dhaka, in Nepal. Don't forget those colored revolutions. They haven't worked so far, neither in Cuba nor in Venezuela. So far, these haven't worked. So if that does not happen, what has Donald Trump gained? Apart from a very Pyrrhic victory. Because the simple fact is the vice president says she has taken charge, right? The interior minister says we are not defeated, we will fight. The real people to watch are the defense minister, Pedro, and the chief of the army staff, Lopez. These are hotheads. They are quite willing to fight. The people of Venezuela are quite willing to fight. Now the thing is, where does it go from here? As I see it, the United States is instigating the Venezuelan armed forces to hit out at the US naval armada with their Kinzhals, with their Iskandars, which the Russians have supplied, or possibly even hit the continental United States. Once they do that, they will have justification to do major landings. The problem with major landings is, sir, you will have to pay a cost in blood. And when body bags start coming back to the United States, well, then I think it would mean trouble for Donald Trump in the upcoming midterm elections. So I'm not very sure if the United States is keen to have body bags. They always want to fight Russia till the last Ukrainian. They are telling the Japanese, you fight, you die, we will sell you the weapons. So how far people will be taken for a ride remains to be seen. But there are limitations to what even the United States can do, because the United States just cannot accept body bags. And Professor Mearsheimer and others, American, geopolitical pundits were warning Trump not to get seriously involved in Venezuela, because it could become a Vietnam, it could become a quagmire, it could lead to mission creep and a prolonged war also. What is the impact of this action on the rest countries of South America? Are they to consider themselves as colonies and just roll over and play possum? There will be anger in South America. There is going to be anger in the third world, in the global south. Anger in Russia, in Cuba, in China. And they will look for opportunities to pay back. If they can't pay it back in the Western Hemisphere, they'll pay it back in their own backyards. And Russia and China were both keen to prop up, do a tit for tat. If you can prop up Ukraine in Russia's backyard and Taiwan in China's backyard, well, they will try and look for Trojan horses that they can build up in the Western Hemisphere. And that was what Venezuela was. That is how Venezuela has courted the ire of Donald Trump. But Donald Trump is not a unipolar power movement. The world has become a multipolar alignment. Like it was before World War I, before World War II. And we are seeing conflicts breaking out all over.
General Bakshi sir, it's just a few hours from now that we would have that press conference at Mar-a-Lago, where we'll hear from President Trump himself about what the operation was, what was the justification rather for carrying out this capture of a head of the state or government. We have another breaking before I go to Ambassador Prabhu Dayal. Inside details of Trump's mission, Maduro. Trump gave green signal to capture the Venezuelan president a few days ago, and there was a buildup. A port was attacked. CIA kept tracking Maduro's movements. The port attack was essentially to suss out the kind of response that could come from Venezuelan military, and ultimately on the night, on the intervening night of Friday and Saturday, this operation was carried out, after which we had that post from President Trump himself announcing that Maduro had been captured. Coming to you, Ambassador Dayal, we can understand that the opposition would remain silent because in their silence, they would approve of getting rid of Maduro. But what about the Chavistas, What about this movement which has kept the Socialist Party of Maduro in power since 1999? More than 25 years now, quarter of a century. Maduro, of course, came to power only after he was picked up by Chavez as his successor. But we are not seeing people, supporters of the movement really coming out on the streets. Are they numb? Are they scared? Perhaps they don't understand what has hit them and that's why they are silent, or maybe that people also are getting frustrated at the kind of centralization of power that had happened of late under Maduro, with his inner circle, his core team really controlling the levers of power. Forget about opposition, even within the system, only those Maduro approved of closely had levers, their hands on the levers of power. So maybe even the people perhaps are okay if Maduro is gone.
Well, let me put it this way. This narrative which you have just given is the American narrative. This is what the Trump administration has been saying, that Maduro had completely crushed the opposition, muzzled it, was not allowing it to speak, and that the Venezuelans themselves want Maduro out. But of course, the excuse which Trump had used was that of drug peddling, that Maduro was part of the drugs smuggling racket into the United States. But let me point out very categorically that Venezuela is not considered a major drug producer. The major drug producer is Colombia. And drugs travel from Colombia to America through different routes. They travel through Mexico. They travel through, they say, Venezuela, but other countries too. So will Trump now use this excuse to go after others too? This is a very bad omen. This is a very bad development because it gives the indication that as far as the Trump administration is concerned, it will not stop at anything to achieve its interests. And really speaking, the interest of the Trump administration was to bring about a regime change because he wanted someone who's friendly to him and will do his bidding and let Trump and the Americans control Venezuelan oil resources.
Absolutely. Ambassador Dayal, in fact, he has already said that even Lula of Brazil should be arrested. So this is classic American regime change operation that's really panning out in front of our eyes. We are slipping a short break, General Bakshi sir and Ambassador Dayal. But after the short break, 6 at 6 with Rakshita coming up.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
Republic questions the official line, the rest of the media toes. The bigger question is, who gave this information? Had they done something? The nation wants to know what on earth is going on. We have no interest, we have only national interest and your interest.
जीरा मसाला।
Five, 4, 3. S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
Geopolitics stages are ignited.
Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है.
Normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0. All L40 engines.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. Delicious, healthy, every day.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh? Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
5, 4, 3. S200 motors.
प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है.
Normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0. All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal.
We start with breaking news coming in now. UK has denied involvement in Maduro's capture. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer said that he wants to speak to US President Donald Trump about what has happened in Venezuela and that UK was not involved in any way. He also says that the international law needs to be upheld and that he will be speaking to Donald Trump in this regard. That's the first reaction coming in from United Kingdom. The Prime Minister Keir Starmer denying involvement in Maduro's capture. That's the breaking news we have right now. And in fact, UK says that need to uphold international law. Breaking news coming in. Keir Starmer's first reaction on this crisis, in this unprecedented escalation. This is Maduro being captured. This is the president of Venezuela and his wife being captured by America. That's the breaking news we have. And now Keir Starmer says that UK has nothing to do with this capture. And in fact, we will now show the visuals of the protests coming in. The midnight strikes that took place. And now
after dawn, after sunrise, we see that many of the supporters are on the ground. They're on the streets with heavy security deployment. They are holding the poster of Maduro. And there are protests happening. Many people in Venezuela, in Caracas, the same city. It's the capital city that witnessed back-to-back strikes. And in fact, we also are getting information that Maduro has been indicted in New York court. This is as per the Attorney General of the United States, Pamela Bondi. In fact, if I just quote from what her statement is, the tweet of Attorney General, she said that Maduro has been charged with narco-terror conspiracy. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil and American courts. On behalf of the entire U.S. Department of Justice, Pamela Bondi says that she would like to thank Trump for having the courage to demand accountability. On behalf of the American people, huge thank you to the military. Now, this is the key part, that Maduro has been indicted in the New York court on narco-terror conspiracy charges. Meanwhile, visuals coming in from Caracas, we see that there are many Venezuelans who are holding the flag of the country, and demonstrations on the streets of the capital of Venezuela that witnessed midnight strikes. The Delta Force, that's an elite unit of the US Defense Forces, they conducted those strikes. You saw the defense headquarters, as per reports, have also been targeted, and it was an unprecedented escalation between US and Venezuela. And now Donald Trump, thereafter, in just some time, had announced that Maduro has been captured. And now the latest we have is that UK Prime Minister says that the UK is not involved any which way. Meanwhile, we continue to show you the sequence of events, viewers, prior to this strike. Now, just yesterday, we saw Chinese special envoy was in Caracas. He met the Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro, and he shook hands with the Chinese envoy. So this was a very important, significant development. Just hours before he was captured, these visuals went across the world. Everybody saw this. And we see what soon after happened was something that Venezuela has never seen before. The president is captured in strikes. US says Maduro has been slapped with drug-related charges. He is indicted in New York court. He will be facing the US laws. In fact, we have a special guest. Also, Republic TV's continuous coverage is on this weekend. Major General K.K. Sinha, defense analyst, joining us live. Captain Alok Bansal, director of India Foundation, also joining us live on the broadcast. Major General K.K. Sinha, to you first. Now, there are multiple reactions that are coming in, sir. UK says that UK is not at all involved in any which way, sir. Now, the sequence of events, if we see, there has been mounting pressure on Maduro. There have been sanctions. There have been there have been multiple of many boats have been also targeted. But now we see that Maduro is captured. US says that he has been charged with narco-terror conspiracy and he'll be tried in the United States, indicted in New York courts. So your reaction?
See, you were saying that the US is not involved in it. The US is fully involved in it, and it is a part of the bigger game which the US is playing in basically Western Hemisphere. And they are starting with Venezuela. Last 5 months, the amount of buildup they have done it, especially in Caribbean and also in some part of Atlantic, is much more than, nowhere in the 21st century or before that American has done it. So it is absolutely a game plan, and they have found that, this is the time to go in. And I think it is all compromised. Maduro has been taken without firing a shot. Not a single chap has been killed over there, just as small tokenism. I think it is all drama, which is world is saying. And this is the hegemonic way the Americans are doing. And they have got a security concern of their underbelly, especially, and they started Venezuela is the most important geographically and also by, the resources which has got energy. And it is the ideal, the target. And the way the Venezuelans have gone for it, especially under Maduro and before him, when the Chavez, they have gone in the lap of, the Chinese. Russians are there. Russians are engaged in this area, and US found this a strategic time to handle. China will never will come. They can, only dribble. They can go in the saying that, it is a part of BRI, and, they have got diplomatically, you just can't. You have going for the hard kill, and they have gone for hard kill at a particular time, and it has got both. They have used the shadow operations of the CIA, and everything as a compromise, including Maria, Machando's, nomination in the, getting an award, that is the highest award for the peace. That's a part of this game.
Yeah. General Sinha, stay on with us. We also have Mr. Alok Bansal. Sir, we see that many Venezuelans are there in support, at least what we see as per the visuals. There are demonstrations on the streets. Now, there has been frustration about Venezuelan regime as well. But how much of this resilience do you see will be fruitful? Does it really, matter now that US says US has slapped narco terror charges against Maduro, and US also says that he was in possession of dangerous weapons and also intending harm to United States?
See, firstly, we need to understand by this, US has broken an important glass ceiling. Now, no leader is safe in his country. In fact, this is something which had never been tried. After this, who would trust US or its regimes? They could do anything, anywhere. We also need to understand Venezuela today has the largest proven oil reserves in the world. In fact, when we talk of oil reserves and gas, etc., Venezuela today has the largest proven oil reserves. And with that, Venezuela is very important. I don't think so Venezuelan regime had any role as far as drug trafficking was concerned. I think this was just a pretext for Donald Trump to interfere into Venezuelan territory. And I think he has done it. After this, I think the international community will find it very difficult to trust Trump or America. And that's one of the reasons why UK has dissociated itself from that particular action. Because no civilized nation, no modern nation would like to associate themselves with this sort of broad daylight robbery, I would say, rather, I could say kidnapping, where you kidnap a leader of a different country from his country and bring him to your country and then charge him with various charges. I don't think so. It is anywhere sanctioned within the international law, and it's actually a travesty of the law.
We never seen, General Sinha, when it comes to international law. United States is always there to deliver sermons to the world when it comes to international law and rights and whatnot. But and we do not even see that United States will attempt such a thing with any other country. We've seen that there are, of course, America says that it's for the people of Venezuela. Meanwhile, we see people of Venezuela also out on the streets. Live which was coming in from Caracas, and we will just put out that video. People are also raising slogans. What we understand is in support of the president who has been now captured.
They have gone, the method was that they have gone in a military way, and hydrocarbon with them in that time also the issue. They have gone with the design that there is the chemical weapon over there, and they have gone, hanged him in that country. They tried him, hanged him in the publicly. So the America is doing first time. I'm surprised when America brought your 7th Fleet in the Indian Ocean against India. That was not the first time. America has been doing this. America is getting away with this. He has all the institutions in the world. They have got the total proliferation. Now it has been challenged. It has been challenged by the people which is in the southern and American countries. They have only one. That time is Cuba in 1960. Not by the way the Chinese are trying to do it. The Chinese says, okay, we will talk. Talking will not. India is challenging America. We have got 50% tariff, and our economy is growing. Saying that no one is challenging America, challenging is America. You don't have to do it. Let this America try in India. They didn't try. They tried by proxy to change the regime over here also. It is an open secret. The deep state is doing it. They succeeded. They will do it with the people inside. It's the same. Why, Maria Corina Machado, she has been given the prize. She is a political leader. What she had done it? She got the Nobel Prize.
Yes.
Oh, what is happening? Why the asylum was given to that, that Arando Gonzalez Urrutia? He's in Spain.
Yeah.
Same game, same thing, but Venezuela, why important? So strategically, it has got very important. Geographically, the gateway to, when you say Caribbean and the Atlantic area and the second thing is vast proof, not only proven, 3.302, I think, billion is a proven, 1.5 trillion heavy crude, unexploited, and the minerals which the Americans and Donald Trump is trying to, willy-nilly, including in Pakistan, going. There people are compromising. Here he was challenged because there was, and the country which has got, 2.3 crore people, and the people making a strict, this cry. Why can't they fight? The president has been taken. Where are the people? They were talking about 80, lakhs militia there and things. Not a single shot. Not a this.
Right.
The people has to be blamed. And I say, no one can do it. No one can, bully. If you have got the guts and muscles that do it.
Yeah.
America is not the, power which can do it. That just try anywhere. If you are compromised, and Maduro himself was compromised totally. He is talking to him, begging, and then trying to show on someone else, jumping and just trying to make it. And China will never come. Russia is involved. Russia would have come. But what Russia can come? Can they defend? They tried in Cuba in 1962. They have to get away from there also. So history is being repeated and repeated again and again. Until as 21st century, we have got multipolarity. America wants to have the supremacy of the sole superpower into the Western Hemisphere. He has left the Eastern Hemisphere in which that he may accept the multipolarity, which is challenged by the Russia. And Russia has challenged them so beautifully that Europe is compromised totally. So I think, these are the things unfolding, and it will carry on. You take it in Southern Hemisphere, it will carry on.
Right, sir.
One after another, including Brazil. They will not intervene there, but somehow they will try, because Donald Trump is saying, and someone has to stand over there and fight it out. Let's see who can do that.
Right. General Sinha, stay on with us. We also have Major General D.D. Bakshi on the broadcast. Major General D.D. Bakshi, now, U.S. has slapped narco-terror charges against Nicolás Maduro after they capture him. He's been indicted in the New York court. And remember, this comes after, just a few days back, United States had designated Cartel de los Soles, a group that was headed by Nicolás Maduro, as a terror organization, as a foreign terror organization. So this was an entire chronology. That wasn't okay. I think we have Alok Bansal continuing with us. Mr. Bansal, I would just put this question to you. The U.S. designated the Cartel de los Soles, the Spanish for Cartel of the Suns, that was headed by Maduro first as a foreign terror organization, and now, after capturing him, they did not have any other option, it seemed, because he had resisted all the efforts, all the sanctions, all the pressure tactics, and all the arm twisting from, and all the threats from, United States. Today, the narco-terror charges are slapped against him. You feel that U.S. wanted its way somewhere, which it did not get, and that was a last resort now, but it had given the glimpses of it. The trailer was given far back.
See, US under Trump has actually become, as I said, a regime which wants its way any which way.
Yeah.
And they have no norms, no qualms, no rules, no regulations. And the manner in which they have gone and abducted a leader of another sovereign state and then charged them with frivolous charges, which they have been trying to frame, I think they have not been able to present to the international community any worthwhile evidence of Maduro or his regime's involvement in any drug trafficking or in trafficking of any opiates or any such substances. So, to my mind, Trump and his regime was just looking for an excuse. They wanted to topple this regime. They were very uncomfortable with this regime. And in the Western Hemisphere, US has had a history of trying to topple a regime. They tried it against Castro, they tried it in Nicaragua, they did it successfully in a tiny country like Grenada. But I think this is probably, to my mind, a first when a sovereign country's leader has been abducted in a so-called surgical strike from that country and brought to United States to face charges. This, to my mind, is really, I think, the limit. After this, I think the countries of the world should really be careful while even traveling to New York to attend UN General Assembly meetings or something. Because a country which can bypass established norms and rules can even abduct leaders from there. So this really opens a Pandora's box, and one really wonders where this will stop.
The UK talks about upholding international law. We'll just talk about that. But first, we have a reaction coming in from the Justice Minister of Venezuela. Viewers, take a listen in.
And here, inside the country is in complete tranquility.
He will speak to Trump. He wants to speak to Trump, he says. We do not know he will be able to speak or not. Trump will listen to him or not. But he says that the international law should be upheld. What are the chances? Does it even apply when it comes to United States? Does it have any effect on United States?
There will be no effect. You take it. That is the pragmatic way. Why this world didn't reacted when they imposed sanctions against the Maduro and his government? Why didn't they reacted when the $50 million reward was given on his arrest? Why didn't the world reacted when they designated the Maduro government as a foreign terrorist organization? Attempt to capture. And they have done it. See, Stemmer has got with 60,000 troops left. He has been kicked by America itself. That's why he's doing. Why they wanted to do is the Stemmer or Boris Johnson went there when there was supposed to be a peace talk between Russia and Ukraine in the month of March in 2022. And that time he's saying that we are standing behind it. What happened? But America also jumped, and after 3 years, because you have to be strong. Why Israel is standing today fighting 3H and with 1 crore out of that, very small armed forces. Here, people are making statement. 1 lakh, you see, I have got 1,26,000 standing armed forces. For 80 lakhs, they're saying they have got a militia. Not a single shot fired. And a president captured in the... Why did Maduro himself fought this last man down? They can do it. Russian army, there is no match between Russian military and the Americans.
Yeah.
But Russian army has been stopped by Ukrainian. Only 22% of the land has gone. They are fighting. You have to fight. Can they try with India? They will not. They are trying this 50%. They are defeated totally. They are trying with Russia. Saying, world will arrive, world will go over there. Nothing will, you take it from me. And they will do it. Even Brazil, Lula, De Silva, they are towing the line now. See, you can't fight with someone. Of course, there is you can't make a statement. You can't, drag. These are all excuses on what happened to in our underbelly, our area of influence, our area of interest. We can see what is happening in Bangladesh. We have to, what is happening in Pakistan. Today we are talking about, in Pakistan, he made so many statements that he has brought peace between us, in spite of the fact that we know that they have lost so badly. He has, taken the field marshal and declaring him the greatest general of this and the field marshal of this time. America, bully, and it is not that people are challenging. Maduro also challenged him. Otherwise, he would have given up. But a very hollow way, in a hollow way. You can't depend, just give me some, missile or air defense system. All this missile and there was in Iran. Iran is actually challenging it, but in a wrong way, by taking the side of terrorism. 3H, they were trying to do it. if the Iran would have been militarily like IRGC, they did it in the Pakistan way.
Yes.
That's
Absolutely.
why Iran is going down.
Absolutely.
And Pakistan will go down.
Well,
people will, of course, but this is the hard fact. You have to understand. This is a hard fact. America will get away with this.
Well,
no one can challenge. We can challenge on television without anything, writing few pieces like this. But that is the way America has changed. America was responsible for what is happening in Ukraine, but this got away, and he's changed the side. This everyone. This is what America is, and you have to expose America.
Right.
And I think Captain Bansal is also saying the same thing in a different way.
Absolutely, very, very important.
This is exactly it is happening.
Absolutely, very pertinent points raised by General Sinha and also Mr. Alok Bansal. We have to submit a very, very short break, but we'll be right back, viewers, with more of the understanding of situation. We will be getting you the latest updates, breaking, continuous coverage on the story. The biggest story this Saturday, viewers, as Venezuelan president is captured and Maduro now to be tried in US court. We'll be right back with more. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Republic questions the official line, the rest of the media toes. The bigger question is, who gave this information? Had they done something? The nation wants to know what on earth is going on. We have no interest. We have only national interest and your interest.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। मसाला।
5, 4, 3. S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off.
We're tracking the big news now coming in from Venezuela this morning. Venezuela was attacked. US President has now confirmed that President of Venezuela has been taken into custody, and also the First Lady. A short while back, Venezuela's Defense Minister has also indicated that there's a military build-up, and the Attorney General of Venezuela now calling this a cowardly attack that has been carried out by the United States of America. Big development that has been taking place. Rakshita, in fact, this was perhaps on the cards. There were enough number of indications really coming in from the Trump administration. They said that this is a crackdown on a drug criminal.
Absolutely. Well, and now the news is that he will be tried in the United States. He's in US custody and indicted in a New York court. We'll be getting you more details. First, a quick check of the headlines. Trump confirms large-scale attack on Venezuela, says its president, Maduro and wife captured by the United States. Venezuela calls strikes on Caracas' attempt to impose colonial war, bid to force regime change. White House to officially release statement on US strikes on Venezuela shortly. First statement from Maduro's defense chief confirms full troop deployment after United States captures Maduro. And picture of Nicolás Maduro's last public appearance out. Maduro attended a meeting with Chinese special envoy. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio shares a cryptic post on Maduro, claims that Maduro is not the president of Venezuela.
Well, in fact, the latest now coming in from Venezuela, where the Attorney General still says that Maduro remains the president of Venezuela. But at the same time, the Interior Minister on the streets wearing a protected vest is calling this entire attack carried out by the United States of America as completely illegal, a cowardly attack where Venezuelans have lost their lives. In fact, as far as the number of casualties are concerned, that is still not known. Just let me quickly recap before I hand it over to my colleague Rakshita to take you through the latest details now coming in. There is undoubtedly an escalation that we are essentially seeing right now in Venezuela. In terms of the action that has been carried out in US time around 4:30 US time is when the attack was actually carried out. It appears that attack helicopters had entered the Venezuelan territory and carried out the bombing. Particularly Caracas, which happens to be the capital city, was being targeted by the United States of America. In terms of casualties, as I just pointed out, there's no official confirmation really coming in, but there's been large-scale destruction that has taken place. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through all the images that are coming in. Only Indian News Network to have a presence in Venezuela to get you the latest reports, because this, remember, happens to be the latest mode of contention right now between the United States of America and also some of the Western allies. In fact, Russia as well as Cuba has now come in full support along with Chile to the support that has been extended to the Venezuelan administration.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, UK has urged that international law should be upheld, and it wants to speak to President
of Caracas. The Venezuelan government initially released a statement saying that they reject, repudiate and denounce this extreme military aggression by the United States. Watch this video taken from a high-rise building, showcasing the magnitude of devastation. Low-flying aircraft were heard at the Hague Road airport, and what followed were loud explosions. Helicopters such as Apache and CH-47 aircraft could be seen hovering over Caracas just after the attack. It wasn't just helicopters, drones were also used to create havoc in Caracas. Venezuelan defense forces were caught off guard, and these visuals are a proof. Tanks were seen swarming to Venezuelan presidential palace. These are the visuals of the aftermath at the airport. Fearing for their safety, Venezuelan President Maduro and troops could be seen fleeing from the presidential palace. The US strikes hit Venezuelan defense headquarters. Explosions were heard at Fort Tiuna, which is Venezuela's most important military complex. The strikes come as the US military has been seen targeting alleged drug smuggling boats from Venezuela. Now, President Maduro and his wife have been captured by US forces and have been taken to an undisclosed location. All this while Venezuela said it was open to negotiating an agreement with the United States to combat drug trafficking.
Now, viewers, we have some breaking news coming in right now. What we are getting to know, as per the inputs coming in from Venezuela, that Venezuela did not use the layered air defense system, that was supplied by Russia. Russia supplied S-300. Now, the question is, why was it not used, Shravan? What we're understanding is that Russia supplied S-300 missiles were not used.
Well, in fact, it also turns out that Buck and as well as the short-term range aircraft systems were also not used by the Venezuelans, and it comes across as a major surprise for all those who have been closely monitoring the situation. In fact, multiple think tanks, the Western think tanks are also quite surprised here, given the fact that there has been a complete build-up from both sides. Of course, from the United States of America, this was a build-up to what President Trump has been accusing Maduro of carrying out drug trafficking. On the other hand, President Maduro has actually used this to actually have this kind of concessions coming in from the Russians. In fact, the Russians had already supplied the S-300 missiles, the surface-to-air missiles that were brought in. Interestingly, if you look at some of these images that have basically come in, particularly of the Chinook that was actually used by the United States of America, they were flying low. This could have been easily taken down by the layered air defense that Venezuela has. It seems, at least from the reports that have come in, and in fact we are relying upon Paul, who happens to be a correspondent in Venezuela. He's from Western Venezuela, with whom we just had a short call a while back, and he's actually confirmed that at least from what it appears, Right now, nothing indicating that the military, the Venezuelan military, the Air Force actually using any of these layered air defense. And that is the reason why, if you see these images that are coming in, this on your screen right now happens to be from an attack helicopter of the United States of America. So it's not like that they have essentially used some of their finest aircraft to carry out the bombing. They've essentially used more of their attack helicopters to carry out the kind of bombings that have actually taken place. And in fact, I can also confirm right now the Venezuelan's defense ministry that was also being targeted by the United States of America. So it appears that for President Trump, the message that he had basically sent across to the US armed forces was to actually target some of the military institutions also. I'm just trying to also gather some more information with regards to which are the military institutions that have been targeted by the United States of America, but we do have a confirmation now coming in from local sources. There are local reporters who are now confirming that Russian air missiles were not even used by the Venezuelans. So what's really the big picture here? Was there some sort of a deal that was actually struck? Because if you remember, Rakshita, despite the kind of accusation that was actually made by President Trump all this while, saying that drug trafficking was being carried out, that he was basically head of what he called the drug cartel, and more importantly, he accused President Maduro of actually exploiting American oil. Now, those were the direct allegations that was leveled by President Trump. Despite those allegations, you've had some sort of concessions actually being given by President Maduro. He's reached out to the US administration saying that he's willing to have a talk as far as drug trafficking is concerned. So there have been talks that were taking place between President Maduro as well as President Trump, it seems. These are the live images now coming in. So it would be a little after 8 o'clock this morning. These are the first set of images. Can we go full frame with the first set of images that are now coming in? And also a confirmation if this is from the capital city of Caracas. If that's the case, it seems that now people are out on the streets because this operation, this military operation that was carried out by the United States of America, it was a midnight raid that was carried out, and just before sunrise is when the operation was concluded, with President Trump dropping the bombshell announcement that President Maduro and the First Lady of Venezuela was in the custody of United States of America. And a short while back, you've already had the Attorney General of United States of America confirming that he would stand trial, which means that in a short while from now, we're expecting the first images to really come in of President Maduro in custody of the US administration. But remember, these are claims that have also been made by President Trump about him being in custody. So far, there is no image that has really surfaced from United States of America. Perhaps some sort of a big bang announcement likely to be made by President Trump when he's going to address from Florida. That's expected around 9:30 Indian time. That's when he's also going to address US citizens there as far as this operation has been carried out. We're going to just stay a little while with the live images now coming in, because this happens to be the first set of images, the morning shots coming in from Caracas, and the kind of destruction that's actually taken place. I do have a confirmation coming up, Rakshita, that the residential complex of several military leaders have been targeted. La Guaira, which happens to be a major port north of the capital, has been targeted. La Carlota, which happens to be the airfield, that has also been targeted. And it seems that the military installations have been the major targets of the Americans.
Absolutely. Well, these are the visuals coming in from Caracas in Venezuela, as we see that the Venezuelans are out on the streets in the capital city. They witnessed what they have not seen ever before, but there have been tensions with the United States for years, or rather decades, but they've never seen their president being captured. A coup was once attempted, but that too failed. But today they see that their president and the First Lady is literally picked up. They both are captured and taken away by the US military. And this was a midnight strike, midnight raid. And as Shravan was clearly pointing out, this has been a build-up for a long, long time. We've seen the kind of the stance that was put up, the position that was put up by Donald Trump, not just in his statements, but also the military build-up in the Caribbean since mid of 2025. We've seen a deployment of from F-35 to Puerto Rico, naval patrols, build-up of some of the U.S. Personnel as well in thousands, and also the naval blockade of the Venezuelan tankers that carried the sanctioned oil. It was suggesting that there is going to be there is going to be an escalation any time and a forceful confrontation, Shravan. Suggested the threats of coercive action already against Nicolás Maduro, but it seems that this might not have been something that the world saw coming. This is what everybody is in shock of. And Maduro, of course, the breaking that we have is something that has again shocked everybody, is that why did Venezuela not use the layered air defense? It has Russian air defense. What we understand, they also have Chinese air defense system as well, but Russian air defense is known to be much stronger. That has not been activated. The layered air defense system, S-300 long range surface to air missiles, and the shorter range anti-aircraft systems have also not been used. So none of them have been used. So they have a layer of air defense system which has not been activated. That's what we understand. So was it deliberate? Was it something, what was really happening behind the scenes is something that is, triggering a lot of immense, curiosity. But we see that the Venezuelans are out on the streets, some even holding the posters of Nicolás Maduro, some of them also raising slogans. So this is right now, after the midnight strikes, the scenes in Caracas that has witnessed targeted attacks in several locations, and in at least 7 explosions that were heard, and multiple bases, military bases, defense headquarters. That is very, very important, that they all been targeted in these strikes. There was a fire. We've seen plumes of smoke emerging. All this while, ever since the story has broken first on Republic TV, we've been showing you those dramatic visuals and the state of shock and panic amongst the citizens of Caracas. And of course, the entire world is in shock right now, Shravan.
Well, increasingly, it appears that someone from within the Venezuelan government has actually sold off President Maduro, because if you look at it purely from the military point of view, the usage of the attack helicopters, and if you look at those images coming in from a very low-lying areas where the targets, they were basically targeting some of the ground assets. It seems, and I've just I've put out the names. This is what Paul has just indicated. We do have a confirmation of the areas that were basically targeted. We can put out the breaking news now coming in. It's Tiona military base, La Guera, which happens to be a major port, La Carlota, which is an airfield, Higuerot, which happens to be a port, Miranda Airport, and El Volcan, which is a communication site. All of them have essentially been targeted. Now, it seems that after these targets, Tiona military base happens to be the residential complex of various defense leaders. I'm given to understand that was the first big target, and after which there was a pause. That's when it seems that's when the ground forces, the Night Stalkers unit of the US Armed Forces, carried out this entire operation and thereafter captured President Maduro. It clearly appears to be a CIA-led operation, because the manner in which they basically violated the airspace of the Venezuelans, and more importantly, despite having the kind of air defense that Venezuela actually has at their disposal, it seems that nothing was actually used. Now, take a look at this. On your screens right now, you have the attack helicopters. These were not even fighter jets that were essentially used by the United States of America, no B-2 bombers that were essentially used, but these are oil. And he has been demanding that President Maduro basically exits from office. In return, what happened was that President Maduro all this while has tried to provide some sort of a concession to the United States of America, particularly to President Trump, and hoping that there would be some sort of a dialogue that would have taken place. But it seems, Rakshita, that there was a different aim or a different objective that President Trump had all this while.
Absolutely. Well, many questions, of course, still looming. while we continue to track the details of what happens next, the implications, at least what we know so far is that Maduro is, along with his wife, is in US custody. He has been indicted in New York court. He will be facing the law of the land as announced by Pam Bondi, and the narco-terror charges have been slapped against Maduro. Not just that, he's also been accused of being in possession of machine guns and devices, dangerous devices they call it, which could have been used against the United States. That's what we are getting to know from Washington, D.C. And the update we are getting in right now is that Maduro is now in US custody, and after the forces carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela in a dramatic escalation of tensions. Now, in the latest, US forces arrested Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro along with his wife. Now, the operation follows a series of aggressive moves by United States, from seizing Venezuelan oil tankers to now targeting the country's leadership. Here's a detailed look at this entire operation and the implications.
The United States carried out a large-scale strike targeting Venezuela and its leadership. President Nicolás Maduro and his wife were apprehended and flown to an undisclosed location. The operation was conducted in coordination with US law enforcement agencies. Maduro had earlier said Venezuela was always ready for a truce.
Y el gobierno de Estados Unidos lo sabe, porque se le hemos dicho a muchos de sus voceros que si quieren conversar seriamente de un acuerdo de combate contra el narcotráfico, estamos listos. Que si quieren petróleo de Venezuela, está lista Venezuela para inversión estadounidense como con Chevron, cuando quieran, donde quieran y como quieran.
Now, President Donald Trump has announced a news conference at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago, Florida, as per Indian Standard Time, that is 9:30 p.m. today. The move marks the culmination of a months-long campaign to remove the Venezuelan leader. The situation remains fluid as the world watches closely. With Venezuela's leadership taken into custody, this operation signals a dramatic turning point in US-Venezuela tensions.
All right. In fact, we have reaction coming in from the United Kingdom as well. United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that the UK was not involved in any way in this operation. He also says he's yet to call Trump on Venezuela. He wants to speak to protests, he says. And he also says that everybody should uphold international law. So this is the first reaction coming in from Keir Starmer, United Kingdom Prime Minister. Listen in.
A fast-moving situation, and we need to establish all the facts. What I can say is that the UK was not involved in any way in this operation, and as you'd expect, we're focusing on British nationals in Venezuela and working very closely with our embassy. And so I will want to talk to the President, I will want to talk to allies, but at the moment I think we need to establish the facts. I think President Trump is doing a press conference later, so hopefully more information will come out then.
What is clear, though, which the White House has said, is that America carried out strikes on Venezuela and captured their leader, Maduro. Some politicians in this country have already condemned that. Do you?
Well, I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, this is not something that has happened just overnight. In fact, there has been a complete build-up coming in from the United States of America. In fact, it all started back in September when you have seen the kind of operations that were carried out. And these were both strikes. What they were essentially saying, these were both strikes to eliminate the presence of drug cartels. In fact, in the month of March, when it all started with a New York District Court basically pronouncing that President Maduro happens to be a drug criminal. On that pretext, thereafter, the United States of America carried out a series of attacks particularly on sea. Now, this happens to be one of the largest military buildup that has actually taken place since the Cuban Missile.
Absolutely. There has been a build-up, military build-up as well, and the build-up of pressure on Maduro as well. Here's a report to tell you why the US says it had conducted these strikes and what really has been the pretext, their stance against Maduro all this while.
The United States has carried out a large-scale strike on Venezuela, targeting the Maduro leadership and what Washington calls a growing narco-terror threat. US officials say the operation aimed to stop drug trafficking networks they allege were being run directly by President Nicolás Maduro. They argue fresh intelligence showed a sharp rise in cocaine shipments leaving Venezuelan ports, creating what they called a narrow, urgent window to act. For Washington, Maduro was already a wanted man. He has faced narco-terror and trafficking indictments since 2020, along with a $50 million US bounty. The US accuses Maduro, the cartel of the Suns, FARC rebels and the gang Tren de Aragua of moving cocaine into American communities for years, allegations Maduro denies. But the confrontation didn't begin today. Tensions have been rising since mid-2025, when the US launched Operation Southern Spear, destroying more than 30 suspected drug boats in strikes critics called extrajudicial. In December, pressure escalated further as US forces seized Venezuelan oil tankers, imposed a naval quarantine, and the CIA struck a drug-loading dock in a rare direct hit on Venezuelan soil. Throughout this build-up, President Trump repeatedly warned Maduro that land strikes were coming if he played tough. By late December, a massive US naval presence encircled Venezuela, signaling that a major operation was imminent. Today, that warning became action. Airstrikes hit military bases, ports, airports, and communication towers across northern Venezuela. Soon after, Trump announced Maduro's capture on Truth Social, calling the mission a law enforcement operation.
Inputs from Ground Zero as well, and we will be now stepping into a very, very short break. But don't go anywhere, we'll be right back with the latest on the Venezuelan president being captured and what are the implications now, what happens next, how the world is reacting.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
5, 4, 3.
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Venezuela President Maduro and wife captured and flown out by the US. Back-to-back large-scale airstrikes carried out in Caracas. America targets Venezuelan defense headquarters. US Chinooks choppers on video. Republic tracks the Maduro capture frame by frame. Maduro indicted in New York court as per US attorney, charged with narco-terrorism. World leaders react to Maduro capture, urge Washington to dial down aggression, exercise restraint. Trump calls operation in Venezuela a brilliant operation. Detailed briefing scheduled at 9:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time.
Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in as we are tracking minute to minute what's really happening in Venezuela. And of course, now the action has basically shifted in the United States of America, where President of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, has been captured by the US Special Forces. A confirmation now coming in, Rakshita, that Maduro is likely to be taken to New York. And we're also being told that in fact, these are US news outlets who are also reporting that Maduro is being flown to New York and is expected to be held at the MDC Brooklyn. That is ahead of the trial. Not very sure as to when exactly would the trial begin, but you've already heard Attorney General Pam Bondi putting out a social media post indicating that Maduro has been charged in a new indictment, and the existing charges that were basically filed in March 2020 does not include his wife, and the earlier indictment that was filed under seal contained 4 counts charging Maduro and 5 others with narco-terrorism, conspiracy to import cocaine, possession of machine guns, and conspiracy to possess machine guns. These are the charges that have been leveled against President Maduro. Now, just a caveat here, that is, as far as the Venezuelan regime is concerned, it has been recognized by the United Nations, and as far as the UN Charter goes, this military action of the United States of America is completely illegal, and it essentially violates international law. And that is the reason why Venezuela's allies, particularly the Russians, the Cubans, in fact, from Chile, you've also had the response coming in from the president of Chile, and in fact, also from the European Union, all essentially calling this, some would dub this as the high-handedness of President Trump, because literally what we have seen over the last couple of months, attempts that have been made to threaten President Maduro. He's been termed as a drug criminal, but many would say that this is also an attempt that has been made by the Americans to take control of the oil fields in Venezuela and essentially have a regime that is more friendly to the United States of America. Now, that's the latest really coming in, Rakshita, in terms of the developments that have taken place. On the screens, this is exactly what President Maduro has been charged, and these are the 4 counts, in fact, on which he has been charged. along with 5 others, which certainly does not include President Maduro's wife, Rakshita.
Absolutely. In fact, we are also being joined by guests on the broadcast right now. We have Major General Dhruv Katoch joining us right now from Singapore, and we have Suresh Goyal, former ambassador, joining us from Delhi. Thanks so much, gentlemen, for joining us on this story that we are continuously tracking. General Katoch, to you first. How do you react to this development? Maduro now en route New York. He has been slapped with multiple charges, one being that of narco-terrorism as well. He will be tried in the New York court, is what we know. And how does this really, as Shravan was pointing out, this is a clear violation of international law. But what's going to happen next in this?
Thank you so much. Yes, I think it is a complete violation of international law, and what they have done is totally unacceptable. I also feel that, this will be the beginning of the end of American exceptionalism. The new world order is starting, and this will herald the US's demise. But there's one point I wish to make here. As per Article 2 of the US Constitution, it gives the US president the power to use military force to protect US lives. Now, in this particular case, when they went to get Maduro, it was a law enforcement operation and not a military operation. That is why President Trump didn't have to take the sanction of Congress. It is really a very cleverly done operation, to sort out his own, the world opinion, the home opinion that we have not really invaded another country. But in effect, it is an invasion, and it is totally unacceptable. The bottom line is the Americans are after the Venezuelan oil. It is also a message being sent to other countries. We will sort out Venezuela now. Is Cuba next? Or what will happen to Iran in the days to come? Because President Trump has already threatened Iran. I think the time has come when the world has to get together to sanction the Americans. They may be the most powerful country in the world. We are still dependent on the US dollar as the international currency. But the time has come when the world has to get together. This sort of behavior is unacceptable. The world order has changed. The UN has no relevance at all. And unless something is done, the Americans will continue in this way in the foreseeable future, at least for the next decade or so. After that, their power is certainly going to decline because the world is not going to accept this. This, in my view, is the beginning of the decline of the US, which will unravel over the next 2 decades. Back to you.
Well, in fact, just a quick update of some more details basically coming in terms of what is expected in the next coming few hours. In fact, as per the Venezuelan constitution, it is the interim president that's going to take over. That's Delcy Rodriguez, likely to be the interim president. And if at all it happens that within 30 days the election takes place if the president is not available. But would that really happen is the big question here, because there is one aspect that one also needs to focus, particularly about Nicolás Maduro, that he was basically sworn in for the 3rd time. And many basically raise this question, what is the evidence of the win to begin with, Rakshita? So that's going to be another key concern here as to whether we are really going to look at complete anarchy in Venezuela, given the fact that, it does appear, it certainly appears right now that someone from within the Venezuelan government has actually sold out the president. Because if you purely look at it from the military point of view, there has been absolutely no resistance really coming in from the layered air defense that Venezuela has, the kind of backing that the Russians had actually given by providing their missiles. The S-300 was actually not used, is what we are given to understand. So all that put together, it does seem that something, something that does not meet the eye at this point in time.
Absolutely. And in fact, we'll also go across to former Ambassador Suresh Goyal. Ambassador Goyal, how do you read into this situation when we get to know, at least as per reports, that the air defense systems were not being used? There is no we do not see any kind of resistance as well. if you see the way this entire strike was carried out. In fact, we also have many reports that came in that this attack was being planned since a long time, maybe even around Christmas they were trying to carry out such a strike, but it did not happen. It was delayed, it was postponed. So it's not that Maduro did not know about something like that is in the works. So how do you see what could have happened here and what could be the implications of it?
Rakshita, point by point, bullets. First of all, clearly Maduro was not very popular within Venezuela. There was resistance to him, there was opposition to him, and it cannot be ruled out that some people within the government or even in the armed forces would have rattled on him or may not have followed the orders. That is not at all beyond doubt. Point here, and therefore the success of the American operation, Delta forces go and capture it. First of all, even capturing the president with all the security is very, very surprising. If you want to defend your national interest, you're practically on your own. And you have to look in your own connections, alliances, multi-alignments, whatever you want to call it. You look at what China did. China is doing about Taiwan. Russia's invasion of Ukraine through Belarus. All said and done, I mean, we can justify, we cannot, or we may find validity for their argument. But nonetheless, it was an invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign country. And Russia got away with it. Russia is justifying it. So what is happening now is really that there are poles, very significant poles, which seem to be really defining the world order amongst themselves with the clear indication that if it is our national interest, what we say counts. What we say, what we want is important, and leave apart whatever else anyone else feels. Now, given this kind of a situation, what is important is that India, being located right next to China as a neighbor, with which we have had differences, severe differences, and they continue. Pakistan, which is getting closer to the USA, with which we have wars, and which is actually a threat to India's safety and security. Many other countries in the neighborhood, I will not name. The point really here is, what should India do? And I think that is a moot point here. India, does it have the option to depend upon Russia? Does it resolve, or does it really seek resolving the differences with China and seek what you call peace, whatever it is? The word is not coming to me. And I think under the circumstances, our situation, which is so complex and we need to negotiate it very carefully, seek multi-alignment with various other players in the region, like ASEAN, Japan, Korea. We need to do all that, and we need to look at our neighborhood very carefully, where we cannot be certain anymore of Russia and the USA, etc., playing a balancing role. That's very, very important. Venezuela has completely proved it. I have no doubt that the war is ending. The war cannot go beyond a day here, really, in Venezuela. Colombia, Brazil, etc., they will say a few words, they will murmur, but ultimately it is the USA. There will be a trial, Maduro will be punished, and probably, like Honduras president, will be put behind bars. That is all besides the point. What is important is, where is it all leading up to, and where does India actually stand to deal with the situation? Rakshita.
Right. In fact, stay on with us, gentlemen. We will be just getting our viewers a quick review of what really happened in these midnight strikes, as Venezuela was ravaged by these airstrikes from the US forces, the Delta forces, and now Maduro and his wife have been captured by the US. They're en route to New York, and they will be tried in the court. We will be getting you more updates as to how this entire raid was carried out.
The United States has carried out a large-scale strike on Venezuela, targeting the Maduro leadership and what Washington calls a growing narco-terror threat. US officials say the operation aimed to
A series of loud explosions were reported across Venezuela's capital, Caracas, early morning Saturday. At least 7 explosions and low-flying aircraft were heard around 2 a.m. local time on Saturday in Caracas. People in various neighborhoods rushed to the streets. Some could be seen in the distance from various areas of Caracas. The Venezuelan government initially released a statement saying that they reject, repudiate and denounce this extreme military aggression by the United States. Watch this video taken from a high-rise building, showcasing the magnitude of devastation. Low-flying aircraft were heard at the Highview Road airport, and what followed were loud explosions. Helicopters such as Apache and CH-47 aircraft could be seen hovering over Caracas just after the attack. It wasn't just helicopters, drones were also used to create havoc in Caracas. Venezuelan defense forces were caught off guard, and these visuals are a proof. Tanks were seen swarming to Venezuelan presidential palace. These are the visuals of the aftermath at the airport. Fearing for their safety, Venezuelan President Maduro and troops could be seen fleeing from the presidential palace. The US strikes hit Venezuelan defense headquarters. Explosions were heard at Fort Tiuna, which is Venezuela's most important military complex. The strikes come as the US military has been seen targeting alleged drug smuggling boats from Venezuela. Now, President Maduro and his wife have been captured by US forces and have been taken to an undisclosed location. All this while Venezuela said it was open to negotiating an agreement with the United States to combat drug trafficking.
Chairman Katuch, I want to bring you in right now from the military standpoint. Now, does it really come across as a surprise to you? Because we are not talking about a country which does not have perhaps enough military counter responses. In fact, this has been discussed amongst various defense think tanks that perhaps the Venezuelans were actually preparing for it. In terms of their military arsenal is concerned, Russians have actually, stocked it up pretty much for them. The S-300 being one such example, the Buck being the others. There have been, long-range missiles, short-range missiles. All of it was actually present. Now, if you purely look at it from the military operation that has been carried out, the US hasn't really used their finest of their fighter aircrafts. All that they've done is largely relied upon the Night Stalkers, the unit which basically runs the helicopter units.
Yes. I think the performance as far as the Venezuelan security forces is concerned was abysmal. They did not put up a fight. It was a zero effort on their part, which leads me to believe that there were forces inside the Venezuelan defense establishment which refused to take action. So either they were bribed or they were coerced or something has happened. But the point is that their internal structures have broken down. Importantly, you see, it is not an invasion against the country. It was a point attack. And to have defended a point, it was a very simple affair as far as the Venezuelan security forces are concerned. They had the aircraft, they had the anti-aircraft guns, they had the missiles, they had everything. The overall weapon support from the Russians over the years has been to the order of 200 billion. There is no way in which the Americans could have carried out such an operation with zero casualties. So I think the conspiracy, there has been a conspiracy inside Venezuela. The country stands divided, and basically because of that, there has been no resistance. What surprises me is, was Maduro not aware of what is happening within his own military? And that, I think, is $1 million question. How has he been taken unawares that the Americans could simply come, pick him up, and take him away and destroy a little bit of their equipment, etc., etc. I think about 100-odd people have died from the Venezuelan side. There are no casualties from the American side. And such an operation cannot take place unless there is internal sabotage. I think that internal sabotage has been complete. The internal defense machinery of the Venezuelan security forces has been taken over by the Americans through bribes or through any other means, and they failed and they refused to respond. I won't say they failed. I will say they refused to respond, knowing fully well what is happening, and they have thrown away their country. I think it's a very sad state of affairs. Another point, I think when Ambassador Goel spoke about...
General Katoch, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because we are happy to announce that we do have a presence in Venezuela right now. Paul Dobson is an independent journalist who's basically reporting for Republic TV right now. Paul, thank you very much for joining us. In fact, it's a little after 8 o'clock in the morning there. So what's the situation like on the ground right now? A lot is being spoken, whether at all there is going to be any sort of a military response to what we saw happening around midnight. And of course, there are a lot of conspiracy theories that are doing the rounds, but I'll come to that a little later. Is it expected that some sort of a military response coming in?
Well, I think it's a little late for a military response. The president has been kidnapped. We're now waiting to see who assumes power. Is it the vice president? Is it the army? Is it the right-wing political leader, Maria Corina Machado, who is currently out of the country? We're not quite sure, but the time for military action was around 3:30 in the morning when a US strike helicopter flew 100 kilometers into central downtown Caracas to seize the president. That moment has now passed.
Some are essentially arguing that this is a regime change at gunpoint, and someone from within President Maduro's cabinet perhaps may have actually sold him out. Because help us recount, Paul, as to what really happened. A little after 4:30 in the morning US time is when the operation actually began. What is it that you are picking up? Help us understand the dynamics of it. Which are the areas which were essentially targeted, the significance of the areas that were basically targeted?
Well, firstly, for these missiles and a helicopter to reach downtown Caracas, which was their location, their destination, they had to fly about 100 kilometers from the Venezuelan northern coastline over some moderately populated areas. So the first question is, were there anti-aircraft batteries in place? And if so, why were they not used? These missiles and helicopter then reached downtown Caracas. The areas bombed. There were around 4 areas attacked, which were essentially military infrastructure. So one was a large Air Force base in the center of Caracas. Another one, maybe 30 minutes outside of Caracas, another large aircraft used by the military. And another is a barracks around Caracas. Also, the tomb of former President Hugo Chavez, which is a base for the civilian militia, was also attacked. Now, at least 2 of these areas are in very highly populated areas, so we can expect civilian as well as military casualties to be on the list when it is finally announced. At this point, we have no details on the number or makeup of the casualties. And these strikes were basically carried out, and according to the US government, at the same time, a strike special ops team moved in to extract and kidnap Nicolás Maduro and his wife. Now, questions remain about this part of the operation. How many soldiers were involved? How were they so easily able to kidnap a president? Where was his security team? Why did they not act or resist his capture? So there are many questions still to be answered.
Well, in fact, it seems we've just got another report. Paul, I just want to stay with you because I believe you will be stepping out right now to also file some reports for Republic Media Network. Before you do that, I'm given to understand that there has been some movement that's taking place in Caracas. A group of armed apparent civilians are out on the streets right now. It seems that, there is something that's actually happening in the capital city. Is there anything that you're picking up? Or, for instance, the interim president that's going to be appointed, perhaps it's Delcy Rodriguez that's likely to take over, or the hardliner interior minister that you have. Is there any roadmap that you're essentially looking at, or is it open game right now for the opposition parties?
Well, it's not clear at this point in time. My best bet would be there is currently a power struggle going on between these actors, some of which you have named. We also have to include Vladimir Patrino Lopez, ahead of the armed forces, definitely a contender for power. The fact that the Interior Minister, Diosdado Cabello, has called the armed civilian forces backing his government to the streets suggests that this is very much a power play from him. The armed forces have also mobilized their troops across the country, a fairly logical response to the attacks we saw in the early hours of the morning. Where we have yet to see a significant response is from the civilian government, from Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, who has made declarations via a phone call, but is yet to really present herself to the country. So yes, there are movements on the streets in Caracas, but it is unclear, beyond being a show of strength to the United States, it's unclear what their objective is, whether it is to tussle for power between them or to try to oppose any further action from the United States, which Marco Rubio says is actually not coming anyway.
Paul, just as far as Ms. Machado is concerned, what really happens to her right now? Because have you heard anything from Machado in terms of any statement that has been issued by her?
There has largely been silence, not just from her, but from most of the right-wing opposition political actors. Her last known whereabouts was outside Venezuela. It would be logical to think that she plays a role in this US plan to kidnap the president and to try to bring about regime change, but it's unclear what that role is at this point. I expected to see her back on Venezuelan soil straight after the strikes, but this has not happened. And I think we'll have to wait and see exactly how she tries to play a role in this, because in her absence, I think the most likely scenario will be a continuity of the Maduro government through the vice president or through the interior minister assuming power.
Paul, thank you very much for bringing us up to speed. We are looking forward to the reports that you are going to file for us in a short while from now, for the first Indian network to have boots on the ground to get you what's really happening. Now, these are the latest images, Rakshita, coming in from Caracas this morning. Now, of course, it seems that the civilians who have now all come out on the streets. Now, the big question here is that how many people have actually lost their lives? If you go by the statement that has been made by the Interior Minister there and also the Attorney General of Venezuela, it is not just military installations that have essentially been targeted by the United States of America. The Venezuelans actually claim that even civilian buildings have also been targeted by United States of America, which means that there would be casualties that have actually taken place in the capital city of Caracas. At least 7 military installations have actually been targeted, which also includes some of the ports of Venezuela that have clearly been targeted. The residential complex of several military leaders have also been targeted. So we're not very sure at this point in time as far as the number of people who may have lost their lives, but these are the latest images as Venezuela wake up this morning to a military strike that has been carried out by the United States of America. A military action which is now being dubbed as a criminal act by the United States of America, flouting international law. A regime that has been recognized by the United Nations, and the fact that a military operation has been carried out by the United States of America appears to be a clear violation of the United Nations Charter. United States of America has already declared that President Maduro is going to stand for trial. In fact, he has been indicted by a court in New York earlier, and there are at least charges that have been leveled. Now, these images that are coming in, perhaps we can just listen in to what's really happening on the ground.
La agresión que hemos recibido nosotros los venezolanos y las venezolanas. El comandante Chávez nos dejó una tarea fundamental. Juramos a Chávez. ¿Verdad que sí? Levante la mano cuánto le juramos a Chávez. Eso es. Y aquí estamos. Un aplauso, camarada. Aquí estamos, los leales y las leales.
As per UN Charter, what I understand is that there has been a use of force without any, authorization by the UNSC, and there's no self-defense. There are charges, of course, that are being slapped against Maduro, that he was in possession of, dangerous devices and machine guns and could be harmful to the United States. Is this strong enough? Are these grounds strong enough? Can the US action not be challenged?
Rakshita, I was in the Security Council in 1992 when Colin Powell, then Secretary of State, very dramatically, he was presenting evidence as to why the US has to move against Saddam Hussein, had to move against Saddam Hussein and must do what they're doing in Iraq. He very dramatically took out a bottle containing white powder and said, this is the anthrax powder which is being distributed by Iraq to the various US embassies there, threatening their lives. It was just a talcum powder. Security Council, the way it is structured, it may be the guardian of the international peace and security, but that international peace and security is in the hands of 5 permanent members: US, Russia, China, France, UK. And therefore, if even one of them vetoes any proposal in the Security Council, that proposal goes by the wayside, whether it is a resolution, a statement, or whatever it is. I can't ever imagine that United States will allow any kind of a decision to be taken by the Security Council, even if Venezuela moves it. It will be a debate, so we will know from the debate who is saying what. But in terms of action, it is going to be zero. It would be a different thing if Venezuela were to approach the UNGA. There was a situation when Cuba was a target of the USA, and the Cubans had approached the UNGA saying that eventually UNGA is responsible for peace and security, international peace and security. And they had a resolution called United for Peace, but that nobody talks anymore. Therefore, the real politics is that even if the Security Council meets, there is going to be a zero decision on this issue. And that is where we are. Debate, discussions, and all that. Ultimately, things will remain where they are, unless, of course, Venezuela and the OAS, they do think of something collective action within Latin America, but that is very unlikely, given the fact that the US is right next door, and a lot of trade and a lot of economy between Latin America and the USA depends on the USA. So the real situation is that eventually the USA is going to get out of it, and we are going to realize that ultimately the international peace and security depends in the hands of 5 permanent Security Council members, I have mentioned before, and the rest will just vote either yes or no, and in critical matters, their no vote does not count, or yes vote does not count. That is where India is really,
Absolutely. Ambassador Goyal and Major General Katosh, please stay on with us. We have reactions coming in from the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. Now, J.D. Vance takes to X and he writes, he hears the operation and says that the president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process. Drug trafficking must stop and stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out that President Trump means what he says. And then he goes on to say that for everyone saying this was illegal, Maduro has multiple indictments in the United States for narco-terrorism. You don't get to avoid justice for drug trafficking in the United States because you live in a palace in Caracas. So this is J.D. Vance's reaction that came in a few minutes back. And he also very importantly says that stolen oil must be returned and cannot avoid justice for drug trafficking. General Katoch, well, that is how the Trump administration, the Vice President of the United States is reacting. He says that there is oil that has been stolen and it must be returned. That's the accusation that, of course, has been leveled multiple times from the United States, but we don't understand where the proof of it all comes in.
very frankly, no proof is required. The Americans want to do something, they will create a situation and simply claim it. So to that extent, this is simply a fig leaf, a cover which the Americans are using to make their claims. The main aim is the oil. They want to control the Venezuelan oil, which is the largest oil reserves in the world. That is one. Number two, through this action by taking on the president and kidnapping him, I can see no other word except kidnapping him. All the other American states, the Association of American States, they will now kowtow to American policy and to American hegemony. That is the bottom line. I have a feeling when you're looking at the Panama Canal, the U.S. President Donald Trump had already made late claims to it and wanted to call it wanted to change the name, etc., etc. He's going to get control of the Panama Canal and then, get control over the trade. America is in a dire situation economically, and they want to recoup all the money they can get. We are going back 200 years or 300 years to piracy, and they're using exactly those techniques of piracy to get wealth, to clear their debts. I'm afraid the world is not in a very stable position now, and the sooner all of us realize it, the better. There is no other way but for nations to look after themselves. I mean, that is certainly the lesson for India. We have to be very, very certain that when the chips are down, nobody is going to come to our assistance, and we have to be self-sufficient and capable of looking at our interests. Rakshita.
Right, that has of course been the case we've seen when it comes to Donald Trump. Trump has been pushing for this, this sort of an approach that let's go all in and alone. It's undeterred by what even the world community says, what the European Union says, and he takes on everybody. And here you have J.D. Vance thumping chest saying that President Trump says, he does what he says and what not, and all sorts of chest thumping right now. But sir, this is a precedent that has been now set by United States. It has been done many times. We've seen in different situations, of course, and different kinds of conflicts, of course. But this is something that is completely, which we do not understand, that this is not a war that has happened. America levels allegations. He picks up the wife of the president and the wife, and then they are taken to court. I mean, this is, I don't know if similar thing, when India conducts strikes, it has not picked up anybody. It conducts strikes across the border, and if it decimates the terror bases, United States is the one, Donald Trump is the one who comes in as an angel and tries to sermon on, ceasefire, and says that, there should be de-escalation. He's helping out in mediation, and there should be no conflict. Otherwise, he's going to, cut trade ties, and such threats go on. But when it comes to the United States, there is no peace, there is no rule of law, there is no attempting to pacify situation and forget sovereignty of any nation. General Katoj.
Yes, I totally agree with you. You see, ultimately, we are going back to the times when it is the rule of the jungle. The stronger chap takes whatever he can, and the rest simply have to suffer. So that is exactly what we are seeing playing out now. It is American dominance at action. But I would also like to state, my opening statement was, this is the beginning of the end of American exceptionalism. Over the next 2 decades, you will see American power declining, and this will be seen as a turning point. They have taken the Venezuelan president. Okay, they've taken his wife. In what I can only call an act of piracy. I can't think of any other word. But the world will get against the Americans. It is not something which the world can accept. This sort of action in the modern day and age, I'm afraid, has no say. And I have a feeling that even amongst the American public, that feelings are going to erupt now, that this sort of action by the Americans is unacceptable. And I have a feeling they're not going to stop here at Venezuela. He is thinking of 2 other countries. He's thinking of Cuba and he's thinking of Iran. And I think the next target may very well be Iran, and we could see that playing out in the very near future. So, that's the way it is. And I don't see the Russians or the Chinese doing anything against the American interests. What I will see is that the Chinese will now get emboldened to do what they want to do in Taiwan and in any other country they so please. So it's going to be a very dangerous world from now on, where all the big powers will do what they can when they have an opportunity to do so. And that is the way the world has changed till such time as a new order comes up, which makes it a much more livable place to live in. Rakshita.
Going to have ripple effects across the globe, and we will just come back to you, General Katoch. We have a reaction coming in. The first reaction, in fact, from Maria Machado, who is the Nobel Peace Prize winner and the opposition leader. Now, her spokesperson is reacting to the situation. Just take a listen in.
The case of Venezuela is different from the cases of Libya, Somalia, Afghanistan, or Iraq, like some people are comparing. I have found at least 3 very important differences. First of all, Venezuela has a legitimate leadership not once but twice. Maria Corina Machado was elected in a primary with 93% of the vote, becoming the democratic movement leader, and Edmundo González was elected president with 70% of the vote according to the voting tally. That was not the case on the countries that I mentioned. Second, Venezuela was one of the most prosperous and stable democracies during the second half of the 20th century. Democracy is in our DNA, even for the generations that didn't enjoy those decades of prosperity. Those are not the cases of the nations that I mentioned. Third, Venezuela doesn't have the clashes of religion or ethnics that you can see, for example, in Iraq. With those 3 main differences, among others, I am optimistic that Venezuela could have a stable, orderly, and democratic transition.
President of Maria Machado, David Smolansky, who was talking about Venezuela having a strong democratic legacy. Democracies in Latin America, democracy is part of our nation. And he was talking about Machado being elected as leader of democratic movement. And remember, she was the one who was stopped from fighting the elections from none other than Maduro himself. What really happens next, of course, is something that everybody has their eyes on, who takes over. There are, of course, speculations. General Katoch, I'll just bring you in here because there are a lot of speculations around Maria Corina Machado. She is the Nobel Peace Prize winner, and she's been the staunch opponent of Maduro. And there has been, of course, an inkling that is this entire episode going to make way for her?
Well, the possibility is very strong. And she gets along very well with President Trump. I mean, that's the first point. So, but, the spokesperson just now, Machado's spokesperson, he missed the critical point. I mean, how have the Americans come and actually kidnapped a sitting president of Venezuela, regardless of whether he was good or bad? The only person who can depose the president of Venezuela is the people of Venezuela, and we don't expect the Americans to come in there and do it for them. So I think, he's missing out the main point. You can keep talking about other issues like Machado has won, the mandate, and they've got, they don't have any religious disputes, etc., etc. But all that is irrelevant to the point at hand. That the Americans have come in blatantly, as a part of law enforcement, picked up a sitting president and taken him away. And I think that precedent is something which is unacceptable. And even if Machado comes in as the next president of Venezuela at some point of time, she will have to answer for that. Otherwise, she will be betraying her country. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Well, that's, of course, the latest update we're getting in right now. The spokesperson for Machado has reacted, and we have more reactions also. We will just play out those protest visuals as well that have come in just a while back from the streets of Caracas, where we see there are some protests. Of course, he was not necessarily a very popular leader, but there is some amount of support for Maduro, and even not just in terms of who follows Maduro, but as a sovereign nation, of course, it has stunned the world that how America goes in, conducts these air raids, and captures the sitting president and his wife. So that, of course, is something that has stunned everybody. And somewhere we see that there is General Katoch, even the Monroe Doctrine is being used by, which even Venezuela would say is being misused in its attempt to, meddle into affairs. We've seen how Venezuela has accused the Americans of eyeing its oil reserves. Now, there is no production as such. There are heavy sanctions after sanctions that have crippled the markets in Venezuela, but it remains the largest proven oil reserves in the world, especially in the Western Hemisphere. So it's one of the largest, and we've seen, the ambitions, the oil ambitions, if I could call it, of the United States in different parts of the world, and this could be just one of them.
Absolutely. Actually, this is really the battle for the oil. And with this action, I'm quite sanguine that America will get control of the Venezuelan oil, regardless of who comes after them. You see, this entire drug business is simply a fig leaf. Even when the Americans were in Afghanistan, the Americans themselves were carrying out drug trade. So, I think this level of talking about drugs and the Venezuelan president being the drug trafficker and et cetera, I think it is all hypocrisy. The Americans have been doing it too, and they have done it in Afghanistan. That is the first point. So all that is a fig leaf trying to, seeking some sort of a justification. You want to have some sort of a moral high ground. I'm doing this because of this particular reason. And which is why they still claim the military hasn't gone in. It is simply the law enforcement which has gone in, and the military has gone to defend the law enforcement. This is a very, very clever cover-up, but I don't think the world is going to buy it. And let's see as to how this plays out in the days to come. But the world has certainly changed, and it's not a very good start to 2026. I think it's a dire warning to all the countries, because what America is saying is, you follow us or we will take you out. We will change the leadership. They have tried it in our neighborhood. We have seen what has happened in Pakistan with Imran Khan's removal. We have seen what has happened in Bangladesh with the Sheikh Hasina being changed. We have seen the regime change which has taken place in Nepal. That is just in our immediate neighborhood. And we have seen it in other parts of the world where the color revolutions have taken place. The point which the Americans are trying to state is, you follow our foreign policy, you be subservient to us, and then we will treat you well.
Right.
They want you to bend the knee. That is the point.
General Katosh, Maduro's departure could be, sort of a very successful operation for Trump. But what follows from here on is also of utmost importance. What if the country can go into a complete state of chaos and maybe collapse as well. So the plan for what happens next is more important as well than just the display of maybe what they call the military might and how they just took away the president.
In all the wars which America has fought, they have never planned for the day after.
Yeah.
There's not a single war. They will always go in, they will do whatever they have to do, and when they can't do it anymore, they get out. Yeah. Afghanistan was a classic example. They spent 20 years fighting the Taliban, and after that, they themselves installed the Taliban back in power. So what is going to happen the day after? What is the plan X? What are the future plans? What is the end state? I don't think the end state has been thought out as far as Venezuela is concerned, except for the fact that they want to take control over the oil. What happens to Venezuela and the people, I don't think that is going to be in any part of any American's calculation as far as the leadership is concerned. That they will leave, whether they live or die or whether they starve, I don't think the Americans will be bothered. So long as they get the oil, which is in trillions of dollars. And if they get that oil, then that to a very large extent will cover their debt. I think that is the way the Americans are looking at it. It is simply getting oil to pay off the debt in which they are in and to retain the number one position in the world, which they are fast losing to catching up China and to other countries of the world who are also becoming challengers in their own way to the United States. That is the bottom line.
Right. Major General Katoch, we will be coming back to you after this very, very short break as we continue to get our viewers the latest update. Republic TV, the only channel to get inputs from Venezuela as well and minute-by-minute developments on this situation that is now unfolding. Maduro is en route New York, we are told, and is now facing narco terror charges in New York court. We'll be right back with more. So Venezuelan president has been captured along with his wife. He's en route New York, and the world is now reacting to this situation right now. We'll be getting more reactions and updates and what really happens next. On Republic TV, we'll get you the insights.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
5, 4, 3.
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PP driver tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन पतन प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है.
Normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0.
All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, welcome back. A weekend geopolitical earthquake that's panning out as we speak. The United States of America, in a unilateral act of military aggression, has captured the head of the government or state, the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro. And the American forces are bringing the captured Venezuelan president to New York to try him in a narco-terror case in which a local court has already indicted Maduro and his wife, who has also been rather abducted along with the Venezuelan president and is in American captivity. Now, that's our focus. Is it about oil? Is it about China? Is it about American unilateralism? Is what we are going to have a conversation on, Rakshita.
Absolutely. Of course, we will be joined by a panel of guests and we will try and get you more and more updates in the run-up to the press conference. US Chinook choppers on video. Republic tracks the Maduro capture frame by frame. Maduro indicted in New York court as per US attorney charged with narco-terrorism. World leaders react to Maduro capture, urge Washington to dial down aggression, exercise restraint. And Trump calls operation in Venezuela a brilliant operation. Detailed briefing scheduled for 9:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time.
All right, welcome back, friends. Rakshita and I are going to walk you for the next 1 hour through what has happened in America, in the American area of influence, with the United States picking up a sitting president for whatever internal dynamics of Venezuela. The fact is, Nicolás Maduro is or was till few hours back the sitting president of that nation. He is now being captured in a military raid by the US Special Forces, the Delta Force as it is called, and in an operation very similar to the way they picked up Osama bin Laden, for example, from inside Pakistan. American forces went into Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, and captured Maduro. The details are still trickling in, but as we speak, reports suggest that Maduro is already on way to New York, where the American forces are taking him along with his wife, and he would be produced in a local court at an opportune time. But before that, we would have the press conference of President Donald Trump, which is slated at around 9:30 p.m. India time. We are building up to that, and in that conversation, we are going to be joined in by our special guests. We have General Bishambar Dayal, we have General G.D. Bakshi, we have Sushant Sareen, of course, strategic affairs expert joining us. If I could begin with you first, Sushant, on this conversation. Are you amazed, are you surprised that this happened, or you saw it coming?
It was building up, wasn't it? And I think the Americans were doing what they used to do in the Wild West at one point of time, which is basically give a dog a bad name and then hang him. So they were preparing the grounds for carrying out an operation like this. And everything else which they are making up, that, there was narcotics trafficking, that there was something about stealing American oil, etc., etc. All of that is utter nonsense. Basically, the Americans did what they could do and get away with. And it is quite simply the demonstration of American power, their ability to intervene in another country, a smaller country, and do whatever the hell they want to do. It is very clearly an exercise of might is right, and the old principle that the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. Now, whatever else you want to put on it, international law, etc. Look, international law is a work of fiction. International law is nothing but excuses which are given when you want to do something. There is only one law in international relations, that is might is right. And the Americans have the might, so they are right. If you're looking for any legal justification, then that legal justification is in the simple fact that America has the power and the ability and capacity and willingness to exercise it. And that is it. That's the ugly reality. The rest is all, whatever conversations you want to have. You can have as many conversations.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is might is right.
Well, howsoever that be the case, Sushant, but we really need to go deep into this phenomenon, because remember, today it's Venezuela, tomorrow it could be Russia, and so the world has to frame a response.
So if you want to go deep into it, then if you want to understand why
we'll do it for the next 1 hour, but Rakshita has a statement coming in from Donald Trump, which he has given to Fox and Friends on a phone, so we cannot show the statement, Rakshita, but what has the president, American president said?
Abhishek, he was asked, what do you think is next for the Venezuelan people, to which he said that we'll be very much involved and we want to bring liberty for the people. I just quote him entirely. If we're making that decision now, we can't take a chance on letting somebody else run and just take over where he left off. We will be very much involved and we want to bring liberty for the people. And he goes on to say, and I quote, I think the people of Venezuela are very, very happy. They were run by essentially a dictatorship or worse, unquote. So that's Donald Trump. Trump, Abhishek, very clearly pointing out that US is going to be involved in what happens next, as opposed to what they might say that the military operation might have now stopped. Right. No more confrontation, but they are going to be involved into what happens next.
Right. Okay. Before I go to General Dayal and General Bakshi, sir, Sushant, quick reaction. This is about liberty and democracy, and removing a dictator is what President Trump has said in his first reaction.
I can give him another address to the west of India, a country called Pakistan, which has a stolen election and Trump's favorite field marshal out there. How about carrying out a similar operation out there? He's not going to do that, right? So that's utter nonsense what they are saying. This whole business of liberty and giving people freedom, it's been done to that. They did it in Libya. They've divided the country in two parts. There is civil war going on out there. They did it in Syria. They went through almost 14-15 years of civil war, millions of people dead. They've done it in multiple other countries where when America wants to bring liberty and freedom into another country, it's like the devil preaching the scriptures. Democracy should remain in America. They should bring liberty and democracy in their own country and not bother about the rest of the world. Because if they are doing that, then how about doing it in Pakistan where an election was stolen?
Let me take that to General Bakshi sir. General Bakshi sir, double standards by the United States, liberty and democracy in Venezuela, but absolute tango and salsa with General Asim Munir in Pakistan.
Absolutely. There is that standard American playbook. When they wanted Saddam Hussein's oil, they wanted to grab Iraqi oil, they put out the familiar playbook that he was making weapons of mass destruction. He was vilified, he was demonized, and then we all know what happened to him. He was hung, tortured and hung, right? As far as the Republican guards were concerned, we thought they would put up a very good fight. The CIA simply paid massive bribes to the corps commanders and divisional commanders of the Republican guards, and they melted away without a fight, right? Even today morning, what happened? What happened today morning? Let's just go over the military events, right? The USS Carrier Battle Group, led by the Gerald Ford Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, they launched a series of land attack cruise missile Tomahawks from their cruisers. 3 additional cruisers were there, and from the nuclear submarine which was there, they launched a barrage of these Tomahawk cruise missiles onto Caracas airfield and 4 military bases, right? Then a cyber attack was launched on Caracas and the electrical grid was knocked out, right? Venezuela has S-300s, which are missiles which failed in Pakistan, but they were deployed. We were even told, there were some media reports that they were S-400s. But the Americans carried out SEAD. They had been preparing for this operation. The Americans always choose weak targets. Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, Venezuela. Let's see them doing it to military peer group countries like Russia or China and in their own backyard, right? Let's see them do it. They won't. And even here, I'm just posing a rhetorical question. What the Vice President of Venezuela, Madam Rodriguez, has said, I am in charge. The Interior Minister has said, we are still fighting, right? What will America do now? Will it launch an invasion? I don't think so. They can't afford body bags, not one body bag. There's a midterm election coming. So you want it done the cheap way. Now you will stage a colored revolution there and get that madame back from Norway who was stuck with the bloody Nobel Peace Prize. She becomes democratic. Even as Muhammad Yunus, parachuted from Washington, is a Democrat. Which bloody election has he won? Zilch. Zilch election. He's trying to stop any election from taking place by just creating anarchy and chaos. And as Sushant just told you, if you are so anti-dictators, what the hell are you doing in Pakistan? They stole an election, that military cabal. You know, Imran Khan is popular. He didn't want to give bases to the Americans, off with his head. 17 years of jail, right? And the fondest dictator of Donald Trump is that two-timing, double-faced Janus called Mullah Asim Munir, who's promised him the moon, who's promised him that I'll give you oil, I'll give you rare earths, I'll give you gold, tungsten, copper. Pehle nikal to le.
Yeah.
Pehle nikal to le wahan se. And even if you get it, will the Baluch insurgents let you take it out?
Right. Yeah. In fact,
so this is hogwash. This is, I think, going beyond a particular level. At this rate, our prime ministers and presidents should stop going to the UN in New York.
Right.
What is to stop this rogue nation from arresting them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Putting them behind the bars?
Absolutely.
There is no rule of law.
General Bakshi sir, you are right. Maria Machado, who's now the favorite for the United States, is in fact in Oslo, Norway as we speak. She had gone to collect her Nobel Prize there last month. But if I could take opening comments of General Dayal also. General Dayal, do you really marvel at the American military operation as a military man? The fact that they could go in, despite knowing whatever military hardware Venezuela might have and, might use it against the US. And do you really then, if you think that nothing happened, do you smell that this could be perhaps a fixed match?
Thank you for inviting me, firstly. I'm speaking, just finished with the Golden Jubilee of my regiment. So I do understand that professional armies like ours know how to deal with the enemy professionally. But unfortunately, like Jan Bakshi brought out, neither Venezuela, these smaller countries do not have professional, dedicated national armies. These armies or these guards, they can be bought, they can be compromised. So as far as the operation is concerned, there is hardly any, there was no need of any super, I would say. The key issue is we got to understand that ever since the breakup of Soviet Union or weakening of Soviet Union, there is no international order, there's only diktat, disorder or diktat by America. And number of countries, Al-Bakshi has brought out, Mr. Shant has brought out, number of countries have been, and if you really want to remove all dictators, there are more than 30 leaders in the world today in different countries, I would say almost more than 40, who have been ruling their country for last more than 20, 25 years, and through such elections which are totally manipulated, and they're more dictator than Venezuela. It is all about carrying on international terrorism by a state in a different form. First, Trump brought out the terrorism of so-called tariffs on the world. He intimidated. Everybody compromised. People fell. International order broke down. Countries did not support each other. China is a spectator guarding its own ass. It does not have anything worthwhile when it comes to dealing with military situations globally. They have never been a military power of the nature which is required to be a pole in the world to tell the world, Hama, stop. You are doing wrong. They are not in that state. Russia was in that state, but after 2003-4, but even they are slowly weakened today. So it is nothing. It is not shocking for me, but it is unprecedented, and it is a warning to the global. It is a warning to the world that a dictator called Trump, what it can do to other countries or to the world. This is a new form of terrorism through tariffs, through now physically capturing leader of it. Head with it. If you feel there is narcotics, if you feel there are cartels, please guard America. Please guard, first eliminate your own people who are supporting these cartels. Please put them behind bars. You guard your own territory.
Very rightly pointed out, sir.
Internal affairs of other countries. You've done it in Libya and all those. I don't want to repeat. Yeah. You've done it in 1919 in Panama, if you remember. This is how you do it. You first destabilize, you first create. It started in 2024 in Venezuela. By the way, Venezuelan economy was bouncing back till these guys again imposed sanctions on them. So this is not new. This is not shocking. America is used to doing. The form is different.
Yes,
the form is almost like, intimidating the world, terrorism. That's what I would like.
Absolutely. Very rightly pointed out, General. I have to interrupt you there because China has now reacted. China has finally reacted, and the Foreign Ministry of China says China is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the US blatant use of force against a sovereign state in action against its president. Such hegemonic acts of the US seriously violate international law and Venezuela's sovereignty and threaten peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean region. China firmly opposes it. We call on the US to abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security. The first reaction coming in, Abhishek, from Beijing, condemning the US's use of force. And of course, this strike comes in after the Chinese envoy had held a meeting with Maduro.
Yeah, absolutely. Jan, there's a quick comment from you. You know, you were mentioning about China not doing anything, but it seems that on the face of it, this is the strongest reaction yet coming in from the world community. You have Europe, which is sort of acquiescing with the United States on this. You have had countries like Russia and Brazil and Chile and Cuba oppose it. But in terms of strongly condemning, the Chinese statement perhaps is the strongest yet.
No, these are statements and rhetorics, and America understands them. These are diplomatic languages which we use. This is what all they can do. What does it mean? See, if China or anybody wants to do anything, like you do it in Taiwan, moment China tries to do something in Taiwan, doesn't US mobilize its forces? It mobilizes its naval fleets. You have done nothing. These statements, to my mind, have got very little. Where is the international? Your condemnation comes if there is a UN, if there is a powerful UN to do something. These are diplomatic statements which America understands thoroughly, which will have no real meaning, no real impact. Because if this was to be done, people should have anticipated. We anticipated it at least last, like Mr. Sareen just said.
Yeah,
we could see it coming. Nobody would have thought that they will capture him like that. But people did think that there'll be bombardment, there'll be intimidation, there will be certain strikes, not on their oil. Ultimately, they want to control this entire oil and minerals of Venezuela. No, largest holder of the world reserves of oil. So their game is different. Trump's game is different. America's game it's a known game of remaining superpower for a long, long period. Yeah. And I think they are succeeding in because China and other countries, they're quite disorganized when it comes to reacting against China. You've got to have a force. The Second World War came. It took time for the Allies to build a force. There are no signs. There are no signs of anything between India, China, and say, Russia. We keep talking of BRICS, this, that. These are all forums to condemn, criticize, and talk and keep their own population busy rather than doing something worthwhile for the international community. EU is sleeping, Europe is sleeping, they talk of democracy. Why don't they talk of violation of borders?
Yeah.
This is violation.
Long back, there has been attempts to even stage a coup, but that failed. This time, something unprecedented has happened. And how has it happened? And how the build-up was actually being carried out? The indications were, in fact, taking place for a long, long time with the military build-up as well, and of course the sanctions. We will be getting you more details about the stance that has been taken by US and how tensions built up till this moment. Here's a report.
The United States has carried out a large-scale strike on Venezuela, targeting the Maduro leadership and what Washington calls a growing narco-terror southern spear, destroying more than 30 suspected drug boats in strikes critics called extrajudicial. In December, pressure escalated further as US forces seized Venezuelan oil tankers, imposed a naval quarantine, and the CIA struck a drug-loading dock in a rare direct hit on Venezuelan soil. Throughout this build-up, President Trump repeatedly warned Maduro that land strikes were coming if he played tough. By late December, a massive US naval presence encircled Venezuela, signaling that a major operation was imminent. Today, that warning became action. Airstrikes hit military bases, ports, airports, and communication towers across northern Venezuela. Soon after, Trump announced Maduro's capture on Truth Social, calling the mission a law enforcement operation to enforce US arrest warrants.
Well, friends, it was, I believe, a Canadian leader who once said that, quipped rather, that so far from God and so near to America. So if you're close to the United States, you live with some wages. Sushant, coming to you. This China question, the fact that the American attack and raid and abduction and capture of Maduro panned out just few hours after Maduro met the Chinese special envoy of Xi Jinping in Caracas. The fact that China has sent in the strongest statement yet by way of world community reactions. You think, and the fact that Venezuela was exporting much of its oil to China, though not much for China in terms of its total imports. You think this is, the target is China, that the message is to China?
No, not directly. I think the message to China will be of different kinds. One will be that, look, if we have done this in Venezuela, or we can do this in any other country in the Western Hemisphere, then yeah, the Chinese are entitled to do what they can, if they have the same capabilities as the Americans have demonstrated. They can do the same in Taiwan or whichever other place they want to do. Whether the Chinese will do or not, I'll come to that in a minute. So there is that one message to the Chinese, but I don't think this operation was specifically designed, to humiliate China when their special envoy was visiting Venezuela. I think that would have been an inconvenience or just a collateral damage of this particular operation. And it wasn't intended for that purpose. That is in happenstance rather than the original purpose for what this operation was carried out. But again, I think the message to China is also that, which is something which is serious, that it's not just about Venezuelan oil. Look, the Americans produce enough oil of their own. The problem for the Americans is not that they have a shortage of oil.
Yeah.
The problem for the Americans is that they do not have the refining capacity for the oil that they are producing. So they have to export the oil they produce and they have to import oil. And the oil which they import is primarily right now from Canada, because that is the oil that can be processed in their refineries. And they need the Venezuelan oil because the Russian oil, which can also be refined by them, cannot be refined. So one is getting the particular oil they need for their refineries to fuel their refineries. And the second will be to deny Venezuelan oil to American adversaries, right? So you capture a large chunk of the market, although Venezuela is not producing enough oil right now, just about 4 or 5 million barrels, I believe, in a day. So that's not nearly enough to shake up the international market. The problem, however, is that have the Americans, okay, they've taken out Maduro, and I beg to differ a little bit with General Dayal. Look, you have to have special capabilities to be able to carry out an operation like this, even against a country which does not really stack up in the power game with the United States. You have to have that kind of a capacity to be able to carry out such an operation. I don't think many countries can boast of the ability to do this in another country. So one, I think we have to accept the reality of American hyperpower, which is staring everybody in the face. Secondly, I think it is important to understand that you also have to look at the national security strategy. I think it was very clearly laid out in that what the Americans are intending to do, that they are going to be the top dogs in the Western Hemisphere, which they've said we are going to do. They are going to intervene, and if somebody doesn't like it, they can lump it. And for the Chinese, the problem is going to be that if the Americans are now going to start cracking down on their sources of oil supply, that will leave the Chinese dependent only on the Russians. So I think the Chinese will have some worry on that count. But having said that, just two quick points. Yes, the Chinese have condemned and all of that, and I'm very glad, and I hope we don't come out with a bat swinging against the Americans. Because frankly, look, we kept quiet when the Russians did what they did in Ukraine, which wasn't exactly according to international law. So let us not indulge in that old Nehruvian hypocrisy of condemning one side and not the other. If we have not condemned one, let's not condemn the other, and let's keep our own counsel and protect our own interests to whatever extent our interests still match up with the United States. That is one. Second, and this I never thought I would say, but I think I'm compelled to say it now. If you cut through all the claptrap, yes, the Chinese have been assertive. Yes, the Chinese have been trying to dominate and impose their hegemony in the region. But frankly, the Chinese have tried to do this within the framework of, international law, for whatever international law is worth. they haven't really gone about violating it as brazenly as the Americans have done or perhaps the Russians have done. So you have to give that much credit to the Chinese. Yes, they follow very sharp practices on economic policy. Yes, they try and browbeat and bully their neighbors. Yes, they try and encroach on territory which they claim to be their own. But in terms of the sheer power which, say, the Russians or the Americans have used against smaller powers, the Chinese so far, I'm not saying that that is how things are going to proceed in the future. But frankly, I think it will be a difficult case to make against the Chinese for having gone against the norms of, this so-called global rules-based order in the way that the Americans and the Russians and some of the other countries have gone. And in any case, that rules-based order is nothing. That's a load of nonsense. Like I said earlier, there is a simple rule. Might is right. If you have the power, that is the rule. There's nothing else involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, before I go back to General Bakshi, there is a breaking news coming in, and let's go to that, which is that we have... can we have that? All right, airspace closure. That's a restriction near Venezuela put in by the Federal Aviation Administration of the United States. So is this like America has really captured a country is what we have to understand. If I could go to General Bakshi sir. General Bakshi sir, I want your views on two aspects of this whole thing. One, as Sushant suggested, that if anything, this is not a message to China. If at all it is more like in the nature of making China confident that, okay, fine, if Russia can go into Ukraine and the United States can go into Venezuela, so we can go into Taiwan. And has America actually captured a country?
I'll take it in two parts. Firstly, what we are trying to define is America is acting as if it is a unipolar power equation still. I'm sorry, they are 20 years behind time. It is become a multipolar power equation. Russia and China may not have the matching power to project power into other hemispheres, into the Western. You'll have to deploy the mass. We will sell you weapons. We may come in, we may not come in. Because even America is realizing now that with the age of hypersonic cruise missiles, it may lose its aircraft carriers if it sends them 7,000 kilometers away in China's backyard.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't think it is such a dismal scenario. It is not a unipolar world equation. It is a multipolar world order now. Countries are strong in their own backyards. And yes, the Western Hemisphere is America's backyard, and they are trying to assert themselves there. But even there, what has happened so far in Venezuela? They have captured Maduro and gone. Some media reports are saying it was negotiated earlier. It is just drama and fury signifying nothing. 2 days back, there was a talk between Maduro and the United States. And maybe he wanted to come over, I don't know. We will get to know in the days to come. But the simple fact is that the Venezuelan Vice President Rodriguez has said, I am in charge. The Internal Minister has said, we haven't lost, we are still ready to fight. Right? And the Army Chief and the Defense Minister, who are the real hawks, they are showing plenty of fight. We haven't seen a colored revolution on the streets of Caracas. People are very sullen. There are no celebrations. So how does America want to bring about that colored revolution? Is it going to land troops on the ground? The moment it gets body bags, you will know the reality of American power. It is not untrammeled. It is not, as some of us frighten ourselves. I don't think there is a need to frighten ourselves to death. Yes, it can do damage, certainly. But the major powers, it has not shown the inclination to take on a peer group military power like Russia or China, especially in its own backyards. Yes, Western Hemisphere is America's backyard. Very wisely, they don't want to mess around with America in its own backyard. But when American carriers come 7,500 kilometers away, 100 kilometers from the Chinese coast, that is the Chinese backyard. Taiwan is the Chinese backyard.
Right.
South China Sea is the Chinese backyard. I'm not sure whether he'll be so timid there. Capabilities.
Right.
You know, America is not a unipolar world power now. It will have to share power with major medium-tier powers like Russia, China, India also.
Not a unipolar
We have to show the
world for
guts.
sure.
Russia has shown the guts.
Yeah, complete, sir.
And there you are, the results are obvious. We don't have to start dying before the battle starts.
Right. So before I move on and get in Ambassador Manju Nath also, she's joining us. We have a breaking news development coming in connected with the story. Let's go to it, and which is that captured Venezuelan President Maduro lands in the United States. He has been taken to US, and the American forces have brought in the captured president on American soil. He's landed perhaps in New York. That clarity is yet to emerge. Obviously, it should be New York because that's where Maduro has to be tried, because a New York court is said to have indicted the Venezuelan president and his wife. And on that note, let's come back to Ambassador Manju Seth. Very good evening to you, ma'am. I stand corrected. India is yet to respond. It's been 5, 6 hours or 7 hours since the news broke of America having captured the Venezuelan president. We just broke that he has landed on US soil. Indian response is still awaited. Why do you think so, ma'am?
I think because we normally don't want to rush to any, making our views or statements unless we are sure of the actual picture. And I think, like some of the other world leaders also, who are assessing the situation and who are, who were asked about their views, have said that we are looking at the situation. We are going to talk to our counterpart in that's either President Trump or his office, or his ministers, and see, what is the actual situation, what has actually happened. Because right now it is, not very clear. But what has transpired and what is the reason behind this? I mean, it is something, of course, really shocking that this has happened, because I believe that a country's sovereignty like this cannot just be, broken, and you can't just go there and whatever your views are, you cannot just go and capture the president, as he has said, of another country and, bring them to your country. I think because but there seems to be of a pattern where the US seems to trigger and implement regime change in different countries. And as very rightly mentioned by the general, it is in their backyard, so they have done it in a different, they've adopted a different strategy. And India, I think, will take its time to formulate its views because, the US and Venezuela, we have a good relationship with both of them. Overall, of course, barring the Trump tariffs, but otherwise we do have a good bilateral relationship. And I think we will assess the whole situation and then give our views. But of course, we would, I'm sure, say that international law needs to be upheld and to be implemented.
Right. Sushant, you think this is caution or abundant caution or too much caution on the part of India to be waiting for this long before we come out with our reply?
Okay, so I'll say what I said when Russia invaded Ukraine and called it a special military operation. We didn't have a dog in the war. We had relations with both countries, as we have with Venezuela and the United States. And we really don't have a dog in this war. It is their fight. They fight it out. Yeah, we should, if at all we have to issue a statement, we should issue a very anodyne statement of maybe something along the lines that the ambassador suggested. uphold international law, which is like I love mother and apple pie kind of a thing. Issue one of those typical, meaningless, full of verbiage statements, which everybody can fit, and you can hide behind, do some virtue signaling. There is no reason for us to take up cudgels either on behalf of Maduro, who wasn't exactly a poster boy, for any kind of governance or any kind of a good thing, or for the Americans who clearly have violated international law. So I don't see any reason why we should take a position on this. Secondly, I think it would be a grave folly, very grave folly, if we were to underestimate American military capacity and American power. Look, it's, when you talk about body bags, I think the style of fighting has changed. And we saw that during Op Sindoor, didn't we? How many infantry soldiers were running around the border or trying to cross the border and capture territory? Warfare was right now, at least in the initial stages, maybe eventually you do need soldiers on ground. Warfare is essentially fought now in a completely different domain. And we saw that during Op Sindoor. We've seen that in, for example, between Iran and Israel. We've seen that on multiple theaters, and the Americans have mastered that art. Let's face it, that the Americans, if they are allergic to body bags, why not? And if they can still fight a war, as they did, for example, in the Gulf and other theaters, yes, maybe not against peer competitors, which is fine. They managed to win wars with minimum casualties. I don't see any reason why they should get 10,000 people killed before they win a war, first. Secondly, I don't think that even in the case of India, we should be looking for, taking or accepting as many body bags as possible. This kind of bravado has run its course. Democratic societies have limits to how much body bags they can take. We are not Afghanistan, where hundreds of thousands of people could die on the Taliban rank and still win a war. We are not even Vietnam, which fought the Americans with all American hyperpower, fought the Americans and ousted them from Vietnam, but at the cost of hundreds of thousands of people dead, right? Soldiers. I'm not even talking about civilians right now. If you add the civilians, the casualty figure would probably run into millions. So the Americans have been very nasty people. And frankly, you have to accept that particular reality of American, the lethality of American power, the superiority of American power, their ability to carry out operations far, far, far away from their territory. And we should recognize that. So it's nobody's case that there are no limits to American power. Of course, there are limits to American power. We saw that in Afghanistan. After 20 years, they had to run, with their tail between their legs, they had to quit. So there are limits to everybody's power. But the question is, do you want to test those limits? I don't think I want my country to test. I would rather that in this massive churn which is happening globally, if India can stay away from all these conflicts, I think we will come out better off. If we get involved in a single conflict, it's going to be very, very difficult days ahead for us.
Sushant, let me take this to General Dayal now. General Dayal, superior American military power, but what about moral power, And the issue of timing also, as a military-man, you think, the attack comes just after the markets are shut for the weekend. For 2 days, there is not going to be any reaction of the markets insofar as the world's oil supplies go. The Chinese ambassador or special envoy present in Caracas. In fact, even as we speak, the Chinese delegation remains stuck in Caracas because there are no flights to take off from Caracas given the military situation. So multiple messaging, multiple military objectives achieved there by this operation. General Dayal.
Abhishek, firstly, let me clear one thing. We as soldiers, we understand that America has the capability. Nobody's questioning. That's why he's doing this. That's why he's doing this over last. I started my statement by saying that it is doing ever since Soviet Union broke and Russia became weak. Very clear. And all that I was saying was that with Venezuela, it does not require any other special, power to do what they did. Yes, abducting a state, head of a state, means much more than, abducting a Bin Laden. There's no doubt about it. But America has that power. Militarily, it is one of the most powerful countries in the world. And I said that China, whatever it may build economically, militarily power does not mean only equipment, does not mean only capability in terms of space, electronic, and land forces, air forces, naval forces. It requires a strategic, over a period of time, a leadership which is used to taking strategic decision, executing it, rehearsing it on the other country's soil, and succeeding it. And America has succeeded it, and there's no doubt. And that's why I said it has a messaging, maybe not so much to China or Russia, but to the countries which were slowly drifting in a manner because of economic power of China, or because of what China keeps talking or keep flexing its muscles, economic muscles on different countries, and large number of weak countries, particularly in the backyard of America, they would be much, much more now cautious. You see how much the impact has had on number of countries of their sanctions, of their trade tariffs. So similarly, this will have impact on weaker countries much more than tariffs. Let me tell you, very clear messaging by Donald Trump and party. Second issue is, but this is not a confrontation. How can you stop this happening? It's a violation of international law. It's a violation of a country, and it is happening. It has happened here. It will again happen. When we talk of happening, I mean, Afghanistan was not too far from China. So it's in the neighborhood. America has the power and will. The countries, other countries, till they do not stop America, either diplomatically or economically or through a grouping, this we will see for some time till Trump's third term. I always say till third term. Now coming to Indian standpoint of view, I fully agree. This is not our war. We have got nothing to do with it. We have already spoiled our relationship with America on the last conflict. So we can give a restrained statement, because these statements, whether China, anybody giving even powerful, will not have any impact on America. As far as the oil issue is concerned, I'm of the opinion that there is no doubt they want to deny the Venezuelan oil, but this will take time. Impact will take time. Today, the refineries and the cartels, the world oil is being controlled by a large number of cartels, which are Americans also, which are Europeans also. If you see the amount of oil which has traded from the coast of Netherlands in last Rotterdam and all these places, it is amazing. There are amazing cartels which are there, and there is every country has got 1 year, 2 year reserves. So people, it will take time. As far as war is concerned, we must understand Venezuela's terrain, its physical features, how it is divided, its population.
Yeah.
America will do something electronically or through the means of eliminating these people and bringing in a force which is pro-America, rather than getting involved in a massive war like ground war. Like it will use its what people call the third type of war, but it will use its means to eliminate people, those who are opposing America. Right, whether they fall in line, and 90% will fall in line. We have seen this in Iran, in Iraq. We have seen this in other countries, right? They will fall in line, and probably, like I say, you will see some power struggle for some time. Ultimately, America will prevail and will prevail in this country. And yes, today you don't have to fight a war. But if you want to, you have already changed it. Why do you want to send the troops? You have brought their president from there. So there's a change of government? No. Already there's a vice president. He may become, or they may bring somebody else. So the America is succeeding in its aim because there is nobody to tell them, stop, this is immoral, this is illegal, this is violation. So world has to witness this for some time, and it's time that we find a force to counter this.
Absolutely. In fact, it's great power triangulation that's really happening. Who's the mover who's the pawn, that's for the world to judge. We are, of course, covering it live as the events pan out. We are building up to that press conference by US President Donald Trump. Thank you so much, General Bakshi, General Dayal, Ambassador Manju Seth, and of course, Sushant Sareen for joining us for this 1 hour of conversation. Short break coming up on the other side. Build up to that press conference by Donald Trump from Mar-a-Lago, his Florida residence.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh? Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
5, 4, 3, S200 motors. Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PP driver tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0.
All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh? Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging.
All right, welcome back, friends, as we build up to that press conference by US President Donald Trump announcing with some detail, hopefully, the American operation which led to the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro from Caracas, from the presidential palace, or perhaps when he was on way to the Russian embassy, because he was tipped off that he was the target. That's going to be our focus this next hour as Shawan stays with me, and let's begin with a breaking news development coming in connection with the same story that we are covering live minute to minute, which is that we have accessed the indictment released by the United States of indictment by the US Department of Justice of Nicolás Maduro and his wife. The details of the indictment are with us, according to which over 25 years Maduro was part of a cartel. For over 25 years, Venezuela has been carrying out drug peddling inside the United States, and the cartels were having protection of Nicolás Maduro Moros, the defendant, and he was at the forefront of that corruption, is what the charges say, Shravan.
Well,
and we have more details, maybe you can share.
Well, in fact, the first indictment that was essentially released by the United States was with regards to only President Maduro, and there was ambiguity as to what exactly would be with regards to the First Lady of Venezuela. Now, as far as this indictment is concerned, what we are being told is that this also includes his wife, which means that his wife, the First Lady of Venezuela, will also stand trial. United States of America has charged both President Maduro and his wife for drug trafficking, and apart from that, there are also gun charges that carry strong prison sentences upon conviction. They're also saying that this is similar to the 2020 indictment of the Venezuelan leader, where he was basically charged with narco-terrorism and cocaine importation conspiracies. Now, interestingly, Abhishek, in the annual interview that was actually given by President Maduro to a Spanish journalist, he had already indicated that he was willing to speak to President Trump as far as cooperating with the United States of America with regards to oil exploration, and the other happening to be to bring an end to the menace of drug trafficking. Now, it seems that this was already well planned, but now some reports coming in from international news agencies that someone from within the Venezuelan government, President Maduro's government itself, it seems, had provided information about the whereabouts of President Maduro, and that's when the CIA, in fact, carried out this entire operation. So what is very clear, at least from what we know so far, a quick recap of what we know. This operation, this military operation that was ordered by President Trump, started a little after 4:30 in the morning. In fact, before sunrise, the operation was completed. In fact, over about 7 to 8 military installations were already targeted, one such being the very place where you have military leaders actually staying. That was the first place that was targeted, and thereafter there was a pause, it seems. That was the very time when you've had the night stalkers, the very unit, the helicopter unit which had carried out this entire operation, was on the ground, and that's when President Maduro was taken into custody along with his wife. They've been flown back to United States of America, and the latest update coming in from US media outlets that most likely President Maduro will be kept in Brooklyn in New York is what we're being told. Where exactly would he be produced before the court is not known, Abhishek, at this point in time. But the development takes place at a time when the Chinese were actually on the Venezuelan soil. The Chinese envoy was actually present there. That was the last image of President Maduro that was made public. And now you also have not any update really coming in terms of the current condition of the president here. Now, what's really happening inside Venezuela? You have the vice president, who in all likelihood would be the interim president. She has made a televised address where she has demanded that the United States of America presents the proof of life here. With regards to the interior minister, who's also seen the hardliner in President Maduro's cabinet, has called this a cowardly attack carried out by the United States of America. It seems that something is amiss because almost the entire cabinet of President Maduro is safe, and that's the list that has just been released a short while back. It seems all the leaders, apart from President Maduro, all are basically safe. Some have already made a public appearance right now, Abhishek.
Well, yes, and in fact, Shravan, we have reports suggesting that President Maduro has already landed in New York, or the American forces carrying Maduro have landed back in New York. That's where he's going to be charged. In fact, we are getting another breaking, and if the input and output can come together to bring out that, the opposition leader Maria Machado, the Nobel laureate who was given Nobel in 2025 for taking on Maduro, has released a statement. We are going to bring that to you just in a bit. But Shawan, you know, in the indictment there is the name of wife here, and there is the name of the son also of Maduro. Yes, we have the statement.
Yes.
I thought if the output can really
let's just put this out right now. This is what the opposition leader Maria Machado has said, that Venezuelans, the hour of freedom has arrived. Nicolás Maduro, starting today, faces international justice for the atrocious crimes that have been committed against the Venezuelans and against the citizens of many other nations. Given his refusal to accept a negotiated solution, the United States government has fulfilled its promise to enforce the law. The time has come for popular sovereignty and national security. We will restore order, free the political prisoners, build an exceptional country and bring our children back home. We have fought for years. We have given everything and it has been worth it. What had to happen is happening. This is the hour of the citizens, those of us who risked everything on democracy on 28th of July, those of us who elected Edmundo as the legitimate president of Venezuela, who must immediately assume his constitutional mandate and be recognized as the commander-in-chief of the National Armed Forces by all the officers and soldiers who comprise it today. We are prepared to assert our mandate and take power. Let us remain vigilant, active and organized. So you have essentially the opposition here who have now come together. That's going to be another aspect to look at right now, Abhishek, because it seems that as far as President Maduro's own government is concerned, someone from within the government has actually provided all the information to the CIA, leading to the capture of President Maduro. And a lot of question was essentially being raised about when he had been sworn in as the third time, especially when allegations of stealing this entire mandate. You've already had Machado now putting out the statements saying that he had stolen the mandate. In fact, the mandate was for Edmund, who they're saying that they're going to basically push for taking charge now. Now, this is a report that has been filed by an independent journalist working with Republic Media Network in Venezuela, giving you a sense of what's really happening on the ground.
Outside of the capital Caracas, like here in the western city of Mérida, life is generally calm. As you can see, the square behind me is largely empty. Most Venezuelans are currently in their homes or glued to social media to find out what will happen after the illegal US bombing of the capital Caracas in the early hours of this morning. However, we are starting to see impact of that here in western Venezuela. We are seeing long panic buying queues in the supermarkets and at the petrol pumps as people face uncertainty for the next few hours and days to come. This is an opposition stalwart where we would expect to see many opposition activists taking to the streets to celebrate the fact that their nemesis, Nicolás Maduro, has been essentially kidnapped by the US government. But the streets are quiet. Many in Venezuela, not just here in Mérida, but across the country, will be anticipating with great anxiety to see what happens next in the country. With material conditions increasingly dire in the country, $1 monthly minimum wages, poor health and safety in the workplace, and a rollback in education and health care. Many millions have decided to leave the country, breaking up families, and really leaving the country without some of their best know-how and workforce. These are the people who will now be looking at these developments in Caracas, and maybe while condemning the attacks by the US government against Venezuelan sovereignty, against international law, they will also be looking with a little bit of hope to see if this brings the sort of changes that they wish to see for a better Venezuela. Many Venezuelans today are calling for a new presidential election after the 2024 poll. Today, a year and a half later, we are still yet to see the results of the 2024 presidential election, and there's great uncertainty as to actually who won this election and who is the democratically elected leader of the country. This has become a unifying call by most Venezuelans for new elections to be held, but also new elections under fairer conditions, for an end to the persecution of political leaders such as Enrique Marquez, a previous presidential candidate who had been kidnapped by the state for nearly a year now, and for political parties who have had their right to participate evaporated by the current Maduro government. So while condemning the devastating attacks and bombing of Caracas in the early hours of today, vast sectors of the Venezuelan population may be quietly hoping for a change in government and an improvement in their wages and in their lives that a new government may bring. What is safe to say is there is great uncertainty at the moment on the streets in Venezuela, but also certain levels of hope that this will bring change. This is Paul Dobson reporting from Merida in Venezuela.
All right, let's introduce the panel of guests that we are going to have through this hour as we build up to that press conference. Lieutenant General Shankar Prasad joins us live from Delhi. Ashok Sajjanar, former ambassador, he also joining us live from Delhi, as also, of course, our familiar political and geopolitical expert, Rabinder Sachdeva. He's joining us live, in fact, from Washington, D.C. tonight, and Anand Ahuja, also from Washington, D.C. We are going to have, in a bit, Ambassador Yashovardhan Sinha also. He was India's ambassador to Venezuela earlier and is joining us after the press conference of Trump. Shawan, you got that ground report from Caracas. Seemed like pretty peaceful and calm out there. Neither the opposition nor the supporters, the Chavistas of Maduro, they are out in the streets. What's the mystery behind this capture of Maduro by the United States, no military reaction or resistance, and then, you know, absolute calm on the streets of Caracas?
Well, in fact, Abhishek, let me just tell this to our viewers from what we have picked up directly speaking to those who are on the ground. In fact, I spoke to Paul a short while back to get a sense of what's really happening on the ground. Now, these are the few big takeaways, I would say. Number one, in terms of what was the response really coming in from the Venezuelan. It seems that this was a midnight operation that was carried out, mostly carried out what has been called by the Night Stalkers. It's the unit which carried out this entire operation with Chinooks being used. And if you see from the images that have come in, particularly of low-flying helicopters, they're carrying out the attack. Now, interestingly, for a country which for the longest time has been saying that they're preparing for any sort of a response, they've essentially indicated that they are well prepared, which meant that they would have perhaps used the Russian-supplied layered air defense, which includes the S-300. But right now, the reports coming in from locals there indicate that the Venezuelans did not actually use any of their air defense, allowing most of these helicopters to carry out the attack. It also seems that the first target of the US armed forces was the military infrastructure. In fact, one happens to be the residential complex of the military leaders, and thereafter about 7 other places, which includes an airport, includes the one of the largest ports in Venezuela that was basically attacked. And finally, there was a pause, and that's when it seems that President Maduro was captured by the US armed forces. Along with that, it also happens to be the First Lady of Venezuela who was taken into custody. Now, interestingly, it seems that someone from within President Maduro's government was the one who had provided the tip-off to the CIA with regards to the whereabouts of the president. Now, that's multiple reports are essentially suggesting, and including what is being reported by the Venezuelans there. We've, in fact, we've got this direct information from a reporter there. So, you know, we're going by what we know so far. Now, so far, there has not been much talk as far as the number of people who have lost their lives, barring the interior minister, who also happens to be the hardliner there in Venezuela, who was out on the streets, where he essentially indicated that civilian areas were also targeted by the United States of America. As far as the death toll is concerned, some reports suggest that at least 115 people have actually lost their lives. That's what some reports are suggesting. There are no official figures that have been released as yet.
Yeah.
But as Paul was pointing out, Abhishek, a short while back, that it seems the other areas, barring the capital city, other areas are relatively safe.
Yeah, it's interesting because President Trump, even before he addresses that press conference, has already given a phoner to Fox, his favorite channel, and there he has spoken that not a single American casualty in the entire operation that took place to capture Maduro. Let's go to Ambassador Sajjanar on that note. And Ambassador, Shravan was mentioning about the fact that he was explaining the relative calm or the reasons behind the relative calm. The government remains in control. That's the projection coming in from Caracas with the Vice President's statement, the Defense Minister's statement, the Interior Minister's statement. But how can things be normal when the President is gone? I mean, who's really in control there?
Yeah, thank you very much, Abhishek, for having me on your show. And yes, you're right. It's come as a huge surprise. I think to the world, it came as a huge surprise, in terms of the surgical precision with which this whole operation was carried out. We knew that something is going to happen. It had been building up for very many days. But your channel and many other channels around the world were discussing as to whether there would be boots on the ground and whether, even some small casualties the United States was prepared to take. And it was felt that, the MAGA crowd in the United States is not prepared to see any casualties on this score. So what was the way out? So obviously, number one, it seems to have been a state of shock. The people there seem to have been numbed by what has happened, the quick manner in which, the accurate manner in which the whole operation was carried out. The second aspect, what becomes very clear, and that is what Shravan also mentioned, that there appear to have been a large number of informers as far as the CIA is concerned, those who would have given information, indication in terms of the location, in terms of the whereabouts of President Maduro. And so, there was, that is number two. Number three, that there has been so much of dissatisfaction because of the economic downturn. Although, we speak about that it is Venezuela is the country which has the highest proven reserves of oil in the world. But of course, in terms of the exploitation, it is barely about 5% of those reserves. Much of it is also due to the sanctions that have been imposed on Venezuela. But that having been said, I think it is a combination of all these factors. And, once the recognition, when the realization dawns upon the people, then obviously, it must be getting morning hours now in Venezuela. And there would be some sort of either celebrations by those who were opposed to Mr. Maduro and before that to Mr. Hugo Chavez. Because I think everyone knows, Abhishek, that the whole thing started with Hugo Chavez quite well in terms of improving. I think it brings me back to what, in the 1945-46, when Juan Perón had come to Argentina, everything started off very well. But in terms of the policies that were followed, very quickly, it sort of, all came downhill. And for the last more than a decade, that is what the reports seem to suggest, that the economic condition of the country and of the people, that had been seeing a decline, and possibly that had put much of the population against the ruling dispensation. And that is why we see that there has not been that swell of support for the president who has been abducted, who's been kidnapped and taken away to face trial in the United States. Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, I think, Shravan, we can open the debate now and get the Washington, D.C. view from there. Ravinder is there with us. Ravinder, you are in D.C., not very far from New York, where Nicolás Maduro and his wife have landed, or the American forces have brought him there. How does it seem like from there? Is it like, I mean, I'm just searching for words, because we have not seen much opposition from the opposition, even in the United States.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. By the way, I'm not in DC right now. I'm in Delhi right now. I was there some time ago, but today I'm very much in Delhi. But to the point, of this discussion, I think I have 3 points which I was observing, which I think could be of interest to our viewers and us also. One, why did they take Maduro's wife with him? The answer, I think, lies in the fact that Maduro's wife is also a member of the National Assembly. She's a member of parliament, right? And she's smart, brilliant lady. And it's said that she has helped Maduro consolidate power and his rise in power. So I think the reason for them to take Maduro's wife also was that there should not be anyone left, or at least his wife, because then she would have mobilized support in favor of Maduro, right? Being in Venezuela. The second interesting thing which I found, or which is seen, is that when the Americans carried out their attacks and bombings, of course, they bombed the strategic assets and all, but apparently they've taken out one location where there was a mausoleum of Chavez. And as Ambassador Sajjana was saying, and as you, of course, Abhishek and Shravan know, Chavez is the ideal hero of this whole leftist socialism in Venezuela. So by taking out that mausoleum, America is indicating that it wants to eliminate all symbols of left, /socialist, /Chavez from Venezuela. One other aspect which is there, of course, as to the attacks, what you're saying, insiders, absolutely. I mean, look at how Israel took out Iranian leaders inside Iran in Tehran. That is because Israel had infiltrated Iranian agencies with informers whom it had paid out, okay, to get the exact locations, including for Hania. Similarly here, it's very much absolutely possible that the CIA had been cultivating informers, paid them out, and this is what helped them to pinpoint where Maduro is exactly.
Yeah.
The one other little quick thing is that impact on Cuba. See, this entire surgical operation, it will have an impact on Cuba. Cuba is already in an economic crisis. Cuba buys about half of its oil, crude oil, from Venezuela at cheaper rates, consequent to an agreement about 20 years ago between Venezuela. So now, if Venezuelan cheap oil is not available to Cuba, the economic hardships in Cuba will increase. And remember one thing, Rubio is an immigrant, is the son of immigrants from Cuba, and he has a hardliner view regarding both Cuba and Venezuela. And Florida, where he comes from, has a large number of Venezuelan as well as Cuban immigrants living there who are very much against both these regimes. So that helps him and Trump, of course, politically also. So Cuba, I would think, would be the next in line in some time, not too far.
All right. In fact, because you mentioned Cuba, Robin, I have to say the countries that have opposed or strongly condemned, criticized this act of the United States include Cuba, Chile, Brazil, Russia. And that really gives you an idea of the left coalition countries that are really speaking against it. Of course, very strongly by China, very strong condemnation there by China. Europe sort of acquiescing and agreeing to what the Americans have done and suggesting that this is now time for peaceful transition of power, because remember, Maria Machado, the opposition leader who was denied a contest but was eventually given or subsequently given the Nobel Prize in Oslo, happens to be in Oslo, so she should be back anytime. And on that note, let me now take other guests. I believe
issued by a United States court against both President Maduro as well as against his wife. So that was one of the reasons that she has been arrested. Now, coming back to why Democrats are not speaking or why anybody is not speaking, we have to look into the basic issue of this whole situation. The basic issue is that drugs were coming from Venezuela to United States and killing millions of Americans every year in United States. So neither Democrats nor Republicans, they want Americans to be killed by these illegal drugs that are coming from Venezuela to United States. So any Democrat that now is going to support coming drugs into United States has to make sure that his or her career is also at stake. So both Democrats, or let me put it like this, the United States government as well as opposition, as far as coming of drugs into United States is concerned, they are very much united. So it's not that it's early in the morning, it's not that this is a weekend that Democrats are not speaking against, but this is an issue of national interest. Like in India, if there is anything that foreign government invades or does anything, the whole country will be united. Same way, if a foreign country is trying to cause injury in United States, then the whole country has to be united.
All right, now let's go to General Shankar Prasad for more, General Prasad, as we build up to that press conference by President Trump.
At a strategic level, where not only military action, but a large number of other factors have been put into this, like in every military operation that is necessary today. The first and the foremost is they have tried to get accurate information. Any military operation needs perfect and accurate information to make it successful. And that has happened over a period of time. It hasn't happened overnight. You've been watching this Venezuela situation for the last couple of months, and the way the air reconnaissance has been done, where the naval blockade has been done, where infiltration of the CIA is happening, and varieties of other factors by which you gather intelligence. You are also familiar with the fact that the CIA is one agency which penetrates the country for achieving the objectives of that country and do anything that's possible, like induct it with money and all kinds of other activities to win people and to provide information. Obviously, some of the speakers have said earlier before me that there have been people who have been compromised in positions by whatever benefits they may have accrued out of the United States, and they have played safe. The important 2-3 points emerge of the kind of action that physically unfolded itself in the last 24 hours. The first and the foremost is they've chosen a very right day. It's just after the New Year's Eve, it's a weekend, and it's early hours of the morning. Most military operations, to succeed, choose a timing when it is very much possible for the defensive forces not to be that alert as they would be otherwise. You would recall even the Sindoor operation was carried out well after midnight, around 1:30 or 2 o'clock. Therefore, the best time for military action of this kind is apparently from about past midnight to about an hour or so before sunrise. And that's exactly what has happened here. Similar activity took place when Osama bin Laden was handled. And it was the same, practically the same kind of timing. The other important thing is, well, Osama bin Laden's operation had some casualties. Here, there was not a single casualty to anybody. There was nothing that fired, not a single weapon was fired. Apparently, the people who are concerned were obviously bought over, and they all kept quiet. The second important deduction that I have out of this is that the people were quite unhappy with the way the present president was running his government and perhaps making illegal money by drug trafficking and all of that. So therefore, the operational scenario, to sum up, was to create a situation which is conducive to conduct a strike like a lightning-like strike, and within 30 minutes it got over. America fully understands that these days war, if prolonged, will be causing too much destruction. They started a little operation by targeting 4 of the cities, but no major damage seems to have done. Some damage would have done. 150 people, you say, have been killed, perhaps so. But besides that, there will be no other activity. And the government has got changed. Government is in trouble today. Now, the other thing is, let me just put 3 factors before you. Firstly, of course, was the drug trafficking. The second, I still believe, despite all the information that is coming, oil has been a major issue which with Americans. Americans are so fond of oil. It is because of oil they went to Iraq. It's because of oil they went everywhere. And even though America itself has got sufficient oil reserves, they still want to get more oil. No amount of oil reserves are going to satiate them. And Mr. Trump, President Trump, is a businessman. He wants to get hold of not only oil but other minerals in that country. So that is another factor. And the last factor which helps both these issues is to create a government which will be democratic in nature, at least will be shown as democracy in the world, and everybody loves the word democracy. Therefore, democracy is the one, and the person who's going to lead the democratic government is the one who's going to be subservient in a manner to the United States President and will toe its line. Therefore, it will be much easier for the United States President to exploit whatever things it needs to exploit from Venezuela, which is primarily minerals and oil, and have a government of its own choice. So sum up the whole thing, the military operation has been planned in a very professional manner. The right amount of forces have been used, and also tell you that the Delta Force which undertook this operation has been practicing it for a while. One of the videos you must have seen yourself, and it was even on your channel, the rehearsals are going on. When such actions are taken by a force like Delta, they carry out a live situation, and many rehearsals have been carried out. It's an operation which is with precision, with absolute precision that is to be held, and not a single casualty took place. Well, of course, in the case of Osama bin Laden, some casualties took place. A helicopter was also shot. Here, the air shield has been completely neutralized, whether deliberately by the Americans by blocking their frequencies, or whether by some connivance from inside. I would put it as blocking the frequencies which the Americans are quite familiar with. So overall, it's an operation done completely successful as per the strategic planning of the United States of America, both militarily, both intelligence-wise, both politically, and both economically.
Right, sir. Absolutely. In fact, the world community is taking note, most of them in dismay, and the reactions are of surprise, shock, and awe. The world is reacting with alarm after the US president claimed on his social media handle X that America had carried out a larger scale strike inside Venezuela and captured President Maduro. As Washington and Caracas trade sharp words, global capitals are sounding warnings, condemning what many are calling as dangerous violation of sovereignty. From Latin America to Europe, and from Russia to Iran and China, world leaders are urging restraint, de-escalation, and respect for international law.
American strikes in Caracas have triggered alarm in Latin America. Colombia's President Gustavo Petro says the world must be alerted that Venezuela has been attacked, warning that the region cannot afford another armed conflict. Cuba has issued a fierce condemnation. President Miguel Diaz-Canel has labeled the US strike a criminal attack, accusing Washington of carrying out state terrorism. Canel says Latin America's so-called zone of peace is being brutally assaulted, demanding an urgent and strong response from the international community. Meanwhile, Germany says it is closely monitoring the situation, staying in touch with its embassy in Caracas, with a crisis team set to meet. Iran has strongly condemned the attack, calling it a clear violation of Venezuela's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia says it is deeply concerned, describing the strikes as an act of armed aggression and warning against further escalation. Spain is urging de-escalation and respect for international law, offering to help mediate and find a peaceful way out of the crisis. Meanwhile, Italy says it is watching developments carefully, particularly the safety of its citizens in Venezuela.
Well, in fact, we're getting in the latest visuals from Washington right now. In fact, this press conference is expected to take place in Florida, outside at the residence of President Trump. That's what the indication was. We're going to wait for some more updates to really come in. Just a quick recap before I hand it back to our senior executive editor to take forward this entire discussion, because this has got a larger ramification in terms of what really happens in the days to come, because the United States of America has already indicated that there could be a second wave. Now, the second wave targeting whom is not very sure at this point in time, given the fact that almost the entire government of President Maduro still remains intact, with the vice president most likely becoming the interim president of Venezuela, or whether at all the opposition parties in Venezuela will basically come together and essentially say what they have been saying all this while, that it's the stolen mandate which is going to be now restored. Now, the United States of America has essentially indicated that President Maduro, in fact, will face trial. The indictment charges that have been shared by the Attorney General a short while back basically indicates that not just President Maduro, but his wife too will be standing trial. In fact, a demand that has now been made by the politicians in Venezuela is to perhaps put the proof of life right now. In fact, this comes at a time when there have been no pictures that have essentially emerged of President Maduro, who's been captured by the United States of America. In fact, the armed forces, which had its boots on the ground, capturing the president and his wife, this after almost a little over 4-hour-long military operation that was carried out by the United States of America, targeting the capital city in Venezuela. As far as casualties are concerned, however, the government right now has indicated that civilians have also been targeted by the US armed forces, but the number is not known at this point in time, Abhishek. That's the latest that we know. We're also waiting for that press conference to take place. In all likelihood, that's going to happen in Florida, Abhishek.
Well, yes, it's a little fun also, Shravan, that amidst all this massive action, the American president is not missing out on his weekend golf. So he's at Mar-a-Lago, and that from there he's doing the press conference. In the times of Zoom and Meets, Google Meets, it's okay for the president to be doing so.
Well,
also, I'm getting
some of my friends in US say that he never misses his golf session. So his weekend trip to Florida is quite essential, and something that he keeps saying that apparently does not like Washington and the White House much. So the weekend is quite important for the president here. And interestingly, you're right. For the president who's ordered a military operation, for him not to be in what should have been the war room and to be at a place where he was playing golf.
No, but he did mention in that Fox phone-in, which Rakshita made me hear, that he was completely cued in and glued to a real-time picture of the operation, and he was impressed by his forces, is what he said in that phone. Also, this is also breaking news development information bit coming in, which is that Maduro and his wife Celia Flores, were picked up from their bedroom inside the presidential palace by the American forces. I mean, that's the scale of the security compromise that Venezuelan establishment has seen this morning or their night, when their president has been dragged out of their bedroom in the dead of night by American Delta forces. Okay, so let's look at some more information coming in. Rakshita is with us.
Well, in fact, I've just got one more update. In all likelihood, the press conference is actually happening at the tea room at the Mar-a-Lago. So that's where this is going to happen. Before that, let me also, Abhishek, let me also bring in our colleague Rakshita, who will just take us through the developments that have taken place. And interestingly, it's what we have called the history of American intervention. So this is not the first time. Of course, this kind of an, perhaps an intervention has happened almost 37 years after. This was the last that we saw was in Panama, the invasion in Panama that took place. And thereafter, this kind of a direct intervention that's actually taking place in that region. In fact, there has been a lead up to all of this, a military lead up that we have essentially seen, particularly with the strikes that have taken place in the past. So what's the history like, and how exactly has the United States of America really legitimized several such operations?
Absolutely. Well, we've seen throughout West Asia, that is the Middle East and in Latin America, the intervention of the United States has had a record. Now, the first intervention happened back in 1949. That was Syria. Yes, later on also, there was a lot of intervention by US in Syria. But the first ever intervention by United States was when Hosni al-Zaim, who was a military officer and the president, he was overthrown in a coup that was very much backed and in fact orchestrated by United States intelligence. And the origins, of course, go back to World War II there, but it was orchestrated by the US intelligence back then. The other one happened in Iran, 1953. They removed in the Mohammad Mossadegh was removed in a CIA-backed coup that was named Operation Ajax. So that was in Iran, and of course friction has remained between Iran and US. Guatemala, overthrown in CIA-backed coup, and then later on whoever was installed, it was a military dictator again, and he had the blessings of the United States, had the blessings of the CIA. Congo, that is in Africa, the Democratic Republic of Congo, 1961, when it was only Congo, Patrice Lumumba, he was killed by the local forces, and they were getting assistance. They were being armed by the US and the Belgian intelligence. So US had an involvement in that coup as well, that assassination of the leader as well. 1961, Dominican Republic assassinated, it was Rafael Trujillo who was assassinated by the local plotters, and again they were armed, they were well supplied and supported by the United States. Then it gets, of course, if we go on to more recent history, 1963, you had Ngo Dinh Diem of Vietnam, of South Vietnam. He was overthrown and killed in US-supported military coup as well. So these are all local militias also who are armed by United States. In Chile, again, we have the South American continent. 1973, Salvador Allende is overthrown in a US-backed military coup. So there has been a lot of interest in Latin America. Pakistan, who can forget, 1979. Now, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, the father of Benazir Bhutto, he was executed, overthrown and later executed. Of course, Zia-ul Haq, who was the military dictator, he took over as the president. He, in fact, had, he was behind this, but just like Asim Munir, he was also a darling of United States, and he had a lot of support from United States when Benazir Bhutto's father was also executed. Panama, 1989, until date we see US interest in Panama. Now, Manuel Noriega was captured during the US invasion of Panama back then and as well. And if the common theme has been, of course, democratic rule to be restored and different accusations just like that against Maduro. Iraq, 2003, again a very, very dramatic, series of events that happened in West Asia. Iraq, you had Saddam Hussein who was captured after a US-led invasion. That operation continued for days, and ultimately it led to the fall of Saddam Hussein. And finally, you have Gaddafi, overthrown in NATO, US-backed war, killed by local forces. This was in 2011 during the time of Arab Spring, remember. So yes, authoritarian rule, atrocities against the citizens, all these have been the reasons cited by United States. Venezuela 2026, this is the latest, what happened just today. Nicolás Maduro, he is accused of drug trafficking, supporting the drug mafia, narcotics terror charges now against him, and of course of authoritarian rule, and also some dangerous devices in his possession, similar to what was against Saddam Hussein as well. Later on, no weapons of mass destruction were found out, but yes, we see that there has been a pattern to what America has been doing. Abhishek, we have seen that this has been a pattern, and consistently allegations against certain leaders of different states have been leveled against United States, and we see how those groups in the rebel groups or the military have been receiving the support of United States. And now we shift our focus to the other reactions that have come in. Now, world is condemning the US strikes. The first up, one of the first reactions came in from Moscow, as Russia said it's an act of armed aggression against Venezuela. Russia, of course, has been supporting Maduro's regime. It has been in support of Venezuela for the longest time, and it was one of the first to condemn these strikes. Then came Belgium, says watching closely in coordination with European Union partners. A very measured response there by Belgium. Italy. Now, Italy says it's monitoring the situation, it's gathering information about fellow citizens, the Italians who are in in Venezuela. They are worried about them. Germany said that the crisis team to meet on situation in Caracas. So there were some of the powers in Europe who are, at least they're saying that they want to discuss the situation. Spain, in fact, was the first one to say that it will be ready to mediate. It is willing to be the negotiator to find a peaceful solution to this this entire conflict, or this unprecedented development that has taken place. Bolivia says that brutal imperialist aggression violates sovereignty. Sovereignty being the key word that is, of course, now being questioned when US invades a country. It just conducts strikes and picks up the president and his wife. Bolivia, after Bolivia, we also had China in the latest also China has used very, very strong words. It has also condemned this act by the United States. And remember, this comes in after China, a Chinese envoy had held a meeting with Nicolás Maduro.
Well, yes, Rakshita, in fact, fast-paced developments happening. Very soon we are going to have President Trump addressing the newser at Mar-a-Lago. I believe it's going to start anytime now, in fact, but we are, getting more information about the entire operation. I earlier informed about how Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, were picked up from their bedroom inside the presidential palace in Caracas by the American commandos of the Delta Force unit. On a Chinook, they were flown in from there to USS Iwo Jima, which was parked in the bay and off the coast of Caracas. And from that aircraft carrier, a military aircraft, picked up the two and flew them down to New York, where the Venezuelan president has landed. Robinda, been a while since I came to you. So how is it really looking? The UN is concerned. The Europeans are sort of concerned but not expressing it strongly. The world is really divided into two camps. How does it go from here on, going forward? Are we staring at more such unilateral American action, for example, in the case of Iran following Venezuela?
Thank you. Yes, sir. I do think so that we are looking at more such unilateral actions going ahead. Point is, Trump has kind of, decided that all the, the wealth that America has built up, all the military power that America has built up, he is thinking that that is of no use unless it is used or utilized for America's future goals. And America's future goals are now, as set out in the national security doctrine, the Western Hemisphere to be totally in American influence dominance, right? And let's say other things happening wherever. So I do expect that. But quickly coming back to the domestic American politics, which we were touching earlier, see, there was initially, when reports came in that attacks have happened, Democrats, there were some voices saying that this operation would have needed an approval from the US Congress, right? That a president cannot declare war without the US Congress. But then what we are seeing and how Trump is, kind of maneuvering this not into a war, he is positioning it as an operation to get a drug trafficker criminal back into America, right? That makes this whole operation into a different category. So now it's not that it's a war or that America has attacked Venezuela, for which he would have needed to go to the US Congress or there were calls. Sorry. But since this is an operation, fair enough, it required, the US Air Force bombing some targets to create a distraction, etc., to be able to kidnap and abduct the president, i.e., according to Trump, a drug trafficker criminal, a gang lord, right? So that's how he's kind of, maneuvered his political position with respect to what this particular operation is. And then secondly, of course, within the US, this operation would be
right, Robinda. Sorry to be interjecting. There is, we have to keep the pace and keep pace with the breakings. The one that's coming now is a statement attributed to Machado. she remembered the opposition leader from earlier, but now she's saying that now that Maduro is gone, opposition candidate Gonzalez must be president and not the present government. Basically, in line with the American objectives, Machado is saying that Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia must be installed as the head of the government now that Maduro is gone from Caracas. Okay, another breaking. Let's go to the next one, which is that American media reports quoting that Maduro and wife were dragged by elite US forces from their bedrooms, which means they were asleep, which means even the commandos were asleep, which means this is a clear case of compromise of security to a level which suggests that there was a Trojan horse and that there was a clear case of the Venezuelan security establishment. The suggestion is de-escalate, calm down, let bygones be bygones, jo hua so hua. Coming back to you, Robinda, is that the message that, okay, fine, Americans have picked him up, we will debate later whether this is international law or not, but let's not escalate it further, let's not ratchet up things further, let calm prevail, and then maybe we can have over tea and coffee and biscuits at the UN some discussion on what happens next.
Absolutely. Well, this is, of course, the first reaction that's coming in from United Nations, and we've been discussing, Abhishek, all throughout that, what can United Nations do, and can it actually do something or not? That has been the question for the longest time. The kind of, the statement, as you just described, is like they really do not want to go in very harshly here. They're talking about the United States military action. They are just calling it a military action. Mr. Sachdeva, the Secretary General, calls in all actors to engage in inclusive. Yeah.
Rakshita, it seems the President has put out a statement where he said that he and key members of his administration watched the Delta Force raid that captured Nicolás Maduro. And this was in real time from a room at Mar-a-Lago. And thereafter, I'm also given to understand that the press conference that's expected to begin any time now, the images have now come in. In fact, this is at the tea room at Mar-a-Lago where this is going to happen. A statement has now been issued by the White House where they've said, God bless the United States military. This entire operation, in fact, was carried out by the Delta Force and the Night Stalkers unit, which is the helicopter unit.
Sean, we have a picture, in fact, President Trump posting a picture of Maduro in custody. Can we really break that? That's a huge one.
That's coming. Okay, yes, that's a picture.
Picture of Maduro on board ISS, I beg your pardon, USS Iwo Jima.
It does seem that he's wearing his night suit.
Yeah, he's in his night suit. That's evidence that he's picked up from his bedroom. And he's muffled.
Quickly try this.
His eyes are covered. Can we get the picture on air quickly? Turn around the picture. People would want to, yes, that's the picture. Donald Trump there.
Let's try and go full frame if we can.
Full frame with the picture, posting by US President Donald Trump. A picture of Maduro on board USS Iwo Jima, which is the aircraft carrier, part of the US carrier strike group, which oversaw the military operation. A Chinook helicopter brought in the president and his wife from Caracas on board USS Iwo Jima, from where a military aircraft picked them up and flew them down to New York. They have already landed there, and we are going to have that press conference with more details, Shawan.
Well, in fact, I just want to stay with this picture, and with the picture that it seems that he was provided water, and as they have been indicating that he was picked up from the bedroom along with his wife, it does appear, at least from the pictures that have been put out here, that he was in his night suit when he was picked up by the US Armed Forces. Now, in the interview that he has given, President Trump has given to American outlet, he has confirmed that Maduro and his wife had been taken to the USS Iwo Jima, which is one of the American warships that have been, in fact, as far as this warship is concerned, it was already placed in the Caribbean quite some time back and was providing information as far as this entire operation is concerned. And United States of America, in fact, has already stated that this is not the end. A second wave is very much possible, Rakshita, is what the United States of America indicated a while back. Not very clear what would be the contour of the second wave right now, because the target for President Trump has always been President Maduro. President Maduro, in fact, just about a few days ago, part of his annual interview that he actually gives, he had indicated that he had already offered, he had made his offers to the United States of America, but it seems that it did not go down well with the United States of America, not really paying much heed to what President Maduro had to offer.
Right. The first picture on Republic TV of Nicolás Maduro as he's dragged out of his bedroom. And this is how he was captured in midnight with his wife. And the first picture of him, he's blindfolded, and he is, of course, taken away by the groups, the personnel, and along with the FBI agents and as well. And we see that this is even confirmed by the reports from US itself, as US says that they were dragged out, the couple were dragged out. New details coming in on how Maduro and his wife were captured while they were asleep. They were dragged from their bedroom during the overnight US military raid that led to their capture. And they were asleep at their home. That's what we understand is inside a heavily guarded complex in Caracas. That is at the Tuna military complex. The special forces of the United States had stormed the residence, and the operation was carried out by the Delta Force alongside the FBI agents, lasted around 30 minutes. And Trump says that there are no American fatalities in this, and they have been taken to a fortress, in Trump's own words. So this is the first picture. Republic TV getting you the first inputs on this dramatic turn of events that we are witnessing in Venezuela, in United States, as US bombs Venezuela, conducts raids, captures the sitting president of Venezuela, in fact goes on to drag the First Lady along with the president from the bedroom and takes them to United States, and they are indicted by the New York court, and multiple charges are slapped against them. That includes of narco-terrorism. Narco-terrorism charges are slapped against them, and of course possession of dangerous weapons also, and other charges slapped against the president. Now, of course, he's ousted, Shravan, and the first picture on Republic TV.
Well, in fact, some more information now coming in terms of what appeared to be completely a seamless operation that was carried out by the United States of America's elite Delta Force commandos. It turns out that the CIA was basically working on the pattern of the movement of President Maduro since the month of August is what we are picking up right now. In fact, they were monitoring the movement and the locations. But it now turns out that the CIA essentially worked a source within the government. And it was within the government, someone from within the government who acted as a US asset and providing the much necessary information that was basically required to carry out this entire operation. So it seems that what has done for President Maduro is someone from within his own government. And as far as his entire cabinet is concerned, not a single person was essentially touched. And let me bring in Robinder Sachdev. Mr. Sachdev, if you look at the manner in which this entire operation was carried out, the red flag for me at least has been that, one, the Venezuelans have all this while said that if at all the United States of America carries out an attack, they are well prepared. The reason being the Russians had provided them with the much needed and ammunition. In fact, their air defense system was considered to be one of the best, given the fact that these are S-300 of the Russians that were supposed to be used. Secondly, if you really look at the appearances that have been made following the capture of President Maduro, it happens to be the vice president, who in all likelihood would be the interim president if nothing else really changes. And more importantly, if you look at the entire cabinet, the entire government of President Maduro, not a single person was actually touched by President Trump. And now you have the Western media outlets also basically reporting that the CIA was the one who had cultivated an asset within Maduro's own government, providing the US armed forces with the much needed information.
No, thank you. No, absolutely. And if one were to look in a bigger picture, let's say we look at Israel against Hezbollah in Lebanon, Israel against Iran in Tehran, now US against Venezuela. It seems that the breach happens by insiders who are compromised, who have sold out, whatever it be, or who are against the regime. Okay, the informers and all. So Israel has been cultivating such assets. Similarly, CIA has been cultivating such assets. That's what. But in addition to that, what is more equally surprising, as you mentioned, is that where was the air defense? Okay, was it jammed? Of course, electronic warfare and electromagnetic warfare, etc. Were all the air defense systems jammed that they could not perform at all? Even if it's the S-300 should have been in operation. So that's an equally that is a surprising thing. The Trojan horse, as you're mentioning, the Trojan horses within the government, within the military, or within a security detail, or otherwise, is not as surprising to me at this point of time as the absence of air defense.
Mr. Ahuja, if I can also bring you in right now. The Democrats here are indicating that there wasn't much support that the president essentially had. In fact, it seems the Congress was basically informed after the attack that this attack has been carried out. And when you've had President Trump saying that all of this will be discussed at a later stage, what really appears to be the game plan of President Trump? What exactly is he trying to really achieve when you've seen almost every country? I believe the French have also now, condemned the actions that have been carried out by the United States of America.
Okay, first of all, thanks for giving me some time to speak, because there were a lot of important issues which I wanted to participate on. The first issue, I heard time and again there was a reference to international law. One has to understand that if injury is caused in United States from a foreign soil, then United States has a jurisdiction to take action for that. So we have to keep that thing in mind. Secondly, United States action, because time and again it was being criticized that United States has extraterritorial action has taken place. We are forgetting that what India did through Operation Sindoor, basically targeting enemies on enemy soil. Exactly, that's what Trump has done, targeting enemy and on enemy soil. So we should not forget those basic fundamental international law or legal issues. Coming back to Democrats, yes, when Venezuela boats were attacked by President Trump, there was some concern by Democrats, including by some Republican senators, that we have not been informed. However, taking into consideration that this is not something which has been done by the United States government against President Maduro. In fact, Maduro was indicted by United States court a long time back. So this is something is not that United States has done which was not allowed to do it. The question is, he was charged for drug trafficking in the United States. Americans were being killed by him. There was basically arrest warrant issued by a United States court against him long time back. Since 2024, he was in hiding. It's only recently he has come into the public sphere where he could have been captured. The reason why he was not assassinated, because this is subjudicial matter. The matter is being handled by United States court. Assassination would have been a wrong strategy on the part of United States because of two reasons. Number one, as I said, that there are arrest warrants against him. This is a judicial matter. The courts have to take action against him. Number two, assassination of him would have created a lot of problems in that particular country, and United States would have been difficult for United States to face the world. So assassination was not possible. Capturing of him and bringing him United States to face the United States judicial system. So we are missing the basic fundamental issue here, that the issue here is that he is to be charged in United States as per the judicial process of United States. So there is nothing wrong in there, and I don't understand why we are not basically focusing on the main issue here. The issue is drug trafficking in United States. He has been declared a drug lord. He has been protecting drug smugglers in United States, and his wife was member of the drug cartel.
Right. Absolutely. Just, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, we will come back to the updates coming in. I request our guests to please stay on with us as we are slipping to a very, very short break. We'll be right back as we get you the latest updates. The picture released by Trump now, we are getting you first, Maduro when captured, and we also get you the footage that has been released. We'll just play that out shortly and for a very short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolás Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, maybe like never before. These highly trained warriors, operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement, caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position, but they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. And you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans, hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago, a little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have on average two a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing, and they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster. But it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. and they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot. They now call it the Monroe document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich. In fact, the American armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist Maduro is finally gone, and Venezuela people are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the President said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the President said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolás Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our chairman, Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolás and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd, and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise, and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the President said, they could be brought to justice. And as the President said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the President to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the President ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the President said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board, and both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now.
Well, in fact, President Trump declaring war on Venezuela, saying that this was a much-needed operation and they're prepared for what they're calling it a second bigger attack. Let me bring in the former Indian ambassador to the United States of America, Ambassador Meera Shankar, and Yashwardhan Sinha, former Indian ambassador to Venezuela. Thank you very much, Ambassador Shankar and Ambassador Sinha, for joining us on this broadcast. Can I just get Ambassador Shankar and Ambassador Sinha on the frame right now? We'll try and reconnect with Ambassador Shankar and Ambassador Sinha, who's going to join us on this broadcast. A quick recap of the first address that has been made by President Trump, along with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. This was from the tea room at the Mar-a-Lago, where President Trump was monitoring this military operation that was carried out, a midnight operation carried out in Venezuela, capturing the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, along with his wife, who is now landed in the United States of America, would be taken to Brooklyn, is what we are being told. Some of the key takeaways from what President Trump had to say, that America will run Venezuela till the transition. In fact, it is clear that America has now taken over Venezuela till proper transition of, it will be the Americans who will be running Venezuela, American oil companies to go in and they're going to take over. And they say that they're prepared for a second